And we're actually live. Hey guys, how we feeling about NFTs these days? Where we at?
I'm tired of it, dude. I'm tired of it.
NFTs are dumb.
I think I might have told y'all, the place where I work recently announced that we're going to be working on a new NFT game, and they're like, we're going to be like spearheading and guiding the direction of the NFT community, and I'm like, I don't want to do that.
You gotta get paid. You gotta get paid. That's the reality of life. Okay.
NFTs are the world's most successful pyramid scheme.
No.
Yeah. My company is unfortunately, is working with places that are using blockchain and NFTs. And I'm just like, and I go in just like, are you interested in these things? Like, blah, 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 blah. And that's kind of all I do there. So I can't state my opinions.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Legally obligated. I'm just tired of seeing those fucking monkeys, man.
The monkeys. Okay,
they're
I can
so
say that.
Ugly.
They're uggo.
It's so stupid.
It's also uggo. And then, oh my god, that thing with Stan Lee's account being used to promote an NFT drove me nuts.
Bullshit.
That was so gross. Ugh. This is how I feel about blockchain shit. It's just like weird crypto bros. Just, I can't even say I fully understand how all that works, and that's like in my field of study. I just like.
I fully don't understand how any of it works. I think it's all just this weird scam, like cult of people who think money exists.
I know. Bradley knows the details.
They don't spend the money. They just keep transferring it. This is literally the world's largest free market trade.
I saw a post. Go, Bradley.
Because, I actually took a whole course on this, and within college, this was the only class where, I voluntarily read the whole textbook because I was like, oh my god, this is cool. And I actually get it. And I think there could be huge benefits to society if, cryptocurrency was adopted on a wide scale and everybody used it as it's meant to be used. But this is the real world, and that will literally never happen. Because, the thing is, I've actually bought stuff with my cryptocurrency. I don't use it to trade, but I'm not most people.
Bradley's sketch, by the way.
Yeah, here's the thing. Cryptocurrency in general, I do think is still a good idea. NFTs...
Yeah, I'm with you. Cryptocurrencies are all right. I think the culture around them is a little weird and annoying. NFTs is just...
I think that's what it is, the culture, because I feel like a lot of time the people saying you don't get how NFTs work are actually not the ones who don't understand how NFT works, because it's like, no, you don't own that image. I mean, you own a receipt that says, hey, this image is tied to this receipt. I don't know.
I just love when people tweet about NFTs. People would just copy it and be like, hey, I own it too, or just troll them. I saw a post where it's like, NFTs are the only way that you can show your social status online. And I'm like, okay, that's true, but also, who cares? That's so gross. And the dude's like, you don't buy a Patek watch for $2.5 million because it tells the time well. You just sound like a douchebag to me, actually.
And I think the biggest comeback they usually have is well, you can't just screenshot the Mona Lisa. And I'm like, you're correct. And I'm like, here's the thing. You can't make a copy of the Mona Lisa because you'll never have those exact molecules of paint that he used to paint it. But a digital image is just ones and zeros. Yes, I literally have the exact same ones and zeros that you have on your computer.
Another thing is, in the art world. So, let's compare this as if it was actually art. Let's say this is the most unique ones and zeros. In the art world, art is depicted in its value by a very small group of individuals. Usually auctioneers and those in the high up and up. So the most minuscule 1% of the entire world decides what the value of art is. Mm-hmm. So some pieces are worth high value. So let's use an example of Banksy and that shredder painting. Yeah. Banksy kind of has his own reputation that depicts what his art's value is worth. And he can get by that alone right now. versus some new up and comer.
I think also with that painting example, for example, like part of it is the history of that art, because that a part of the value is the moment, the fact this was the thing that got shredded during the auction when it got sold.
It's effort. It's art.
Yeah,
Art takes effort.
Art, unpopular opinion, art is anything that requires some sort of effort and input by somebody.
Like, the thing is, all of these things have value because not everybody is doing them. Not everybody can do them. So when you have all these NFT bros being like, oh, look at this. This is worth value. I own a receipt for this. It's like, it's so oversaturated and anybody can do it. It actually has no value.
Yeah.
It actually has no value.
Anyways, it just circles back to the point. I don't want to see any more fucking monkeys. Ape Escape up and
no more monkeys.
No more monkeys.
What podcast number are we, by the way?
No more monkeys.
Oh yeah, our recurring joke. I think we're podcast 63, maybe 64. I think it's 64 because we made bad jokes about N64 last time.
Nah, I know what it is.
Tyler always knows because he's got the thumbnail information.
All right, final guesses. Let's see, what podcast are we on?
64.
62.
Bradley.
63, right?
Joe's right, 62.
Damn, I'm so off. Okay. Let's pick Bradley. What have you been up to?
Okay, so I was playing some mobile games, right?
Yeah.
Number one, I'm gonna plug this shitty little game. It's called Slice It All. It's one of those things. It's one of those mobile games that you would see in the ad for another shitty mobile game.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
The only reason I downloaded it is because I feel like a lot of times when I'm looking at an ad for a mobile game, they'll deliberately play the game wrong. And I get pissed off, and I know why they do it. They do it because people get pissed off and they download the game because they're like, "Oh, I could do it."
It's so like you know what you're falling for, but you're still falling for it.
Yeah, this game Slice It All. You flip a knife in the air to slice stuff, and the person in the ad was playing it so correctly, and I was like, "Oh my god, that actually looks satisfying, and it looks like there's some skill to it."
So you played it out like to send a message, like you want to see people execute. Okay.
Exactly, and I even left a review saying, "Hey, I got this game because in your ad you played the game properly," and I was, you know what?
Look at this guy.
It's just as fun or better than the ad made it look.
This is a really wholesome. Like you're being the change you want to see in the world. I like that. Yeah, claps.
Now for other stuff, other mobile games. One of my favorite games, and we might have talked about it in Deadass, the first podcast, is a game called Fantasy Life for the 3DS.
I want to say it's like episode 3 or 4 or something.
Oh yeah, it's really
old
early
school.
And they never announced a proper sequel to it. Many years ago, they announced something called Fantasy Life Online, which just kind of ended up being a little mobile game, and it was only released in Japan and stuff like that. But they just this past week ported this Fantasy Life mobile game over to the US, and it's awful. The coolest thing about Fantasy Life is kind of the different jobs to it. It's a job system. I was about to say classes, but there is some traditional stuff like archer, mage, warrior, but there's also classes like carpenter and I don't know, like fisher and stuff like that. And it's really cool play styles because like all experience is shared. So like if you craft a wooden chair for your house as a carpenter, you get the same kind of experience that you would get for killing goblins as a mercenary class.
I remember when you talked about this game, it actually seemed pretty cool back in the day.
And it opens the way for really fun play styles because, like, for example, alchemists don't really get any of the traditional combat skills that warriors or mages get. But if you're an alchemist, you get access to a huge array of items that you wouldn't have access to otherwise, like sleep bombs or poison or stuff like that. So it's just fun to do the different jobs. In this, everybody plays the same. Like, I don't know, you just tap on the screen and hit the enemy and that's it.
Sorry, to the original game.
And also, they made it a gacha game, which is really weird because in the main game, there's a single main character, your created character that you play as, and then there are a few side characters.
Oh no! So the gotchas for the characters?
No, worse.
For the bottles.
Not only is it a gacha game and a game with very few named characters, none of the characters you get in the gacha are your beloved characters you remember from the game. They're all made up characters within the setting. And I don't know, like in a setting.
To be fair, Genshin is kind of just all made up characters in the setting, but Genshin's actually a cool game.
Genshin also is like its own established thing. This is like based off of another game entirely.
So
that would
weird.
That'd be like playing a One Piece treasure cruise, but it's just all people's OCs in One Piece.
Exactly. That's what it feels like. It looks like I'm looking at other people who played Fantasy Life. It's like they're OCs.
Well, it'd be cool if you could upload your character from the 3DS and like they eventually get cycled into the pool and you're like, there he is! That's my boy! That'd be something.
Now, I don't know. So it's really disappointing. I hope they make a proper sequel to Fantasy Life one day, but you know, who knows?
Keep waiting.
And one more mobile game I played briefly, and I want to talk about it super long, but it's called Figure Fantasy. I've been seeing a ton of ads for it.
I posted about it in our Discord. No one responded, I think.
I did not see this.
It was really the main reason I downloaded it is just because, like, I saw like comments on the ad that were like, the game's all right, but it's most notable that it just does some stuff I wish other gachas did, and I noticed some cool quality of life features in here that not a lot of other gachas have. I'm not going to say no other gachas, but like, for example, let's say you're playing Pokemon Masters and you go to level up your Pokemon and you're like, okay, I don't have enough of those materials. I just need to go to the mission that has those materials, use the skip tickets, however many I want. I get the materials, go back, level up my Pokemon. Well, in this, you don't really have to leave the character upgrade screen. It'll, like, if you click upgrade and you don't have the materials, it'll just be like, hey, would you like to use your skip tickets on this mission from here to get the materials?
I know yeah. Tyler's trash Konosuba game gets almost to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also that's pretty good. But here's the most notable thing about this game. There was a shitty Mario spin-off game many months ago that like was making its way around the internet because characters were saying stupid bullshit like ready to taste my venom.
Oh, that fucking game, Mega Man. I have a secret to tell you, says Mega Man. I still don't know. What's the secret, Mega Man?
This game has oh my god, there's some stupid ass shit in this game. It is hilarious. Like
oh no.
Oh my god, like some of these were it's this guy and his head is shaped like a coin purse, and he's like, this person is as rich as I am. I have confirmed this with my own eyes. And there's like another guy, he's like a phantom with a basketball, and he's like, I will soon shoot a 3-pointer with your head. Or some shit like that. No. And one of them, he's like a warrior, but he says coffee and milk always make such a perfect match. I'm like, okay. And then there's one, he looks like a devil, and he's like, what is the best way to greet this one? A beat in the chest, maybe? Will that create a bad impression? And I don't know, like all these voice lines just kill me.
We can't hear you, Willer. We can't hear you.
That's fine. Whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the mobile games I've been playing. Everyone download Slice It All.
Okay.
Bradley, I look forward to the day that we get to play Time Splitters together, and you just sit there and go through every single like character choice selection screen and like see what their interactions are when you click on them. One of the characters is you remember Spy Kids, the finger people?
Yeah, the thumbs.
Yeah, so imagine it's one of those finger people, but the top half is like a cum sock, and it has like pipe cleaners for eyes, and it's got little like other pinky and thumb coming out the sides as its like hands.
Hey Tyler, what have you been up to lately?
When you click on him, he goes, "My friends call me Spoony Legs."
What the fuck?
Anyways, it's your turn, Tyler. Go.
What's the schedule say I've been up to?
The schedule says you've been up to Super Crooks, 8-Bit Christmas, and South Park.
Okay, so I watched 8-Bit Christmas, which is this season's Christmas movie of like with Neil Patrick Harris.
Mhm.
And he talks about he tells a story to his child
Mhm.
about when he got his first Nintendo.
Mhm.
Weird. Okay.
It was heartwarming. It was a
Oh.
good story. It was a fun
Really?
It was a fun little movie. Yeah. I would say watch it if you just have nothing. If
Now-
you're back home with the family and you want something on Christmas Day while you're opening up presents.
And then
Throw
they're
some
like,
8-bit
Tyler, you
Christmas.
like that, right? Video game you like?
Yeah, just throw in some 8-bit Christmas. That was good.
But you also like Pixels, so I just want to throw that out.
No, I've never seen
Bradley's cousin.
Pixels.
That was Bradley's cousin.
Oh my god, that's
dude,
Bradley's
my cousin
cousin.
loves. He's like, oh my god, that's the best movie ever. I'm like, no, it's.
It,
really
it
not.
has no.
He's right, you know.
It has no like digital like video game in the game references. It's just the story of kids like
Trying to
being
get
around
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Yeah,
Like-
they're trying to get
like-
into the entertainment system.
Yeah, like Nintendo exists and they're like play the games together a little bit every now and then. Like they play Street Fighter. Like it has real games in it.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, they are just like, what are they doing in their small town for them to try and get a Nintendo? Because
Yeah.
it's always sold out or too expensive.
Cute.
And it's like, you know, $20 is a lot for a kid. How can they get $20 if they do? You know, good movie. And then South Park is apparently only doing hour-long movies now, or
Yeah,
hour-long
that's-
specials.
That's fair, because, like, let's be honest, who's watching television these days?
Yeah.
So, like,
yeah,
all
fair.
of these series that are stuck on television serialization, like, what are they, like, does anyone watch, I guess The Simpsons is old enough to where some people are watching it, like, as it comes out on a Sunday or whatever, but I think that's an interesting way for these shows to go.
So I guess like this is a big spoiler, but also the first 2 seconds of it, and probably if you've seen clips or any type of trailer for it, South Park does a time skip by like 40 years.
South Park
Yeah.
Shippuden extra.
Yeah. And they're trying to like the entire plot is around COVID finally being over 40 years later in the future. And like as soon as it's about to be over, like another variant comes out and people just start freaking the fuck out again and stealing toilet paper and all this other shit.
I mean,
Um,
so, like, that kind of happened in real life. They didn't, like, freak out and steal toilet paper, but people kind of freaked out as more, like, when people realized that it's just not ending, it's just forever.
I really like it, yes, because it is attacking everybody still. Like they have not taken a political stance of like everybody needs to get vaccinated or anything like that, or like take care of themselves during a pandemic. No, they are still straight up making fun of everybody, those on the left, those on the right. Like they don't give a fuck. Like still good South Park making fun of everybody, which I think they do. And it's as I've gotten older, like this is my I'm getting older year. Like I've been writing notes. It's like, this is how I'm older. This is why I don't like this music anymore. Blah, blah, blah. It's a good time to take notes of that if you're getting up there. But I'm like sitting there, I'm like, this is stuff that I've argued with people about that they should do. Yeah, they should make fun of me. I deserve this.
Yeah. Sometimes you realize you should be at the butt end of a joke.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it.
Every day.
And then Super Crooks. Yo. So this is done by the same studio who made Catch Me If You Can. No, not Catch Me
No,
If You Can.
it's
The Great Pretender.
which I
Yo.
never talked about The Great Pretender. It's not very good. It's
Great
so,
Pretender
it's
is
so mid.
fucking
It
amazing.
is so mid. Anyway.
And that's what makes it good, Willer, is that it's mid. Make a new anime that is like, do something new. Do something new and have it not be a piece of shit.
You know, if it was doing something new and actually was good, it would not be mid. That's the problem. It's so
You just
flaccid.
described a good anime. We can't all be Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
I like the colors. I like
Yes.
I like the music.
Super Crooks are Great Pretender.
Both of them are like
They both have the same visual style. I've seen some of
Okay.
it, and Tyler really
But-
loves this opening because there's a woman dancing, and he's like,
no,
"Whoa."
I love the guy dancing. His name is Electro Boy, and he.
Oh wait, they're superheroes. Okay, that's less
No,
weird.
these are super. This is a world with superheroes and supervillains, and it's based off of the Jupiter's Legacy comics. Which, if you watched the earlier Netflix show that came out this year, Jupiter's Legacy, which was a garbage fire, by the way.
Wasn't it Jupiter Ascending, or is that something
No,
completely
that's a different movie.
Oh my god!
It is just Jupiter's Legacy.
Jupiter's getting around.
This is. I mean, like, what are they going to do? Try and compete with Disney? Hell no. They're going to take the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
It's the same shit. Different names. Is good. It starts off with a kid who finds out he has electricity powers. He wants to become a superhero. He learns out how to fly, but he's not good at it. And then he falls into a pool, a public pool.
Just a pool. Not a pool of eels.
A public pool with people. Filled with people.
Okay.
And
shit.
yeah, he kills like 30 people.
Okay, yeah, you should have mentioned there was people there. That completely changed.
Yeah, and then he just kind of becomes a shit after that. And he's like, it has no character progression. Don't look for it. It's just a fun little dumb story.
Okay. What I will say, Kelly and Austin both agreed with me that The Great Pretender isn't that good, but they both like Super Crooks because I talked to them about this. So I'm inclined to believe Tyler here.
Is Super Crooks on Netflix or is it on Crunchyroll?
Netflix.
Okay.
It's American animation. I wouldn't even call it anime, to be honest.
Oh, is that not a Japanese studio? Is that why The Great Pretender sucks? Just
maybe.
like Magical Girl Spice or whatever that is.
No, those two completely different reasons why that sucks.
Well, yeah, you're right, fair.
But anyway, it's short. It's like 13 episodes, and the entire story wraps up in those 13 episodes. I like it.
Good.
Yeah. I still think Great Pretender's better. But that's me.
I think that's a boon for
Willer. I'll say this: Willer is a villain in Super Crooks.
What does that mean? That's so
That
weird.
means there is a character that is a one-to-one like
What is that?
translation of Willer.
There
into
is
this
no
show.
me in an anime. I don't want to watch this anymore.
Okay.
I'm a little scared.
I won't point something out.
Is this the you thing again?
Nope. It's
Where I
it is-
exist in you. Anyway,
Oh, yeah, you do exist in you.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay, anyways, what I think is funny because I looked it up on Wikipedia. The show is a spin-off of Jupiter's Legacy, and a live-action version of the show got announced for a spin-off of the show that got immediately canceled as soon as it was aired.
Oh, Jesus. That's messy.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, that is Tyler's Free Talk. We're 22 minutes in. Joe, go for it.
Okay, let's go quick. What do I have right down here? All right. I played Spider-Man Miles Morales. I literally beat that game in about 6 or 7 hours.
Wow.
It's a very short game. It's not worth $60-$70. If you see it for like $30, worth probably getting.
Let's drop that down to like 10.
No.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Isn't it like 40 usually?
It's like 40 usually.
Okay.
I think I grabbed it for 30. It still has a lot of content to do. It's just like I just went through the main story and I was like, oh, I'm done. Oh, okay. Not
You
doing.
get, you get what you get when you go down that route.
True. But like the Spider-Man game original, it took me
18 hours, I think is
maybe like 10, 12 hours.
12, yeah.
But like once again, it's a spin-off game, so it should be shorter. Miles is a lot more fun to play than Peter. It feels like they really tightened up the mechanics in that game to play.
Does he have gadgets, or is like his combo string?
He has less gadgets, but he has the Venom powers, which are like its own meter now that you have to control.
Not Venom, but like his electricity stuff.
Yeah, the electric. He calls that Venom. Yeah,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. What else do I got on here? I found this British show called The Goes Wrong Show, which is the premise. The premise of the show is that it is an amateur play company that puts on weekly performances for the British Broadcasting Network. But while they do it, like the whole like thing goes wrong, like people forget their lines, the set breaks. It's all choreographed this way. It's got like it's
like what you're seeing is like a stage production, and then a lot of scripted things go wrong. That's kind of
like
neat.
you have a layer of like there's the character arcs that like the actors are playing characters. Does that make sense?
I'm with you.
And so there are small character arcs that go through between each shows, like they develop rivalries, and it's just a little comedy show. But this started off as a play called The Play That Goes Wrong, that then got 2 like video adaptations for Peter Pan and Christmas Carol, which are both on YouTube and are really funny. And then they got like a whole like 2-season series. It's very funny. It's got a lot of like British humor and slapstick comedy like mixed in together. It was really easy to watch. I had a great time watching it. I watched season 1 on Amazon Prime, and then I watched season 2 and Peter Pan Goes Wrong and Christmas Carol Goes Wrong on YouTube through a YouTube channel.
Yeah,
and that's it.
I feel ya. Cool. That seems really unique.
Yeah.
Is that all? That's all.
No. I was double checking to make sure. All right, and then I watched the first 2 seasons of Breaking Bad.
I was hoping for this. Okay, you said it was Willer's Gift. I was like, I hope it's Breaking Bad because I saw seasons 1 and 2. I was like, please be Breaking Bad. Joe, what do you think? Is it great? Is it less
really
scary
good.
than you thought?
There's still a lot of moments. Like the moment that always gets me is when they have to melt down
the bathtub.
Crazy.
Yeah, the bathtub's rough.
It's kind of fucked. It's there's something weird in my brain that's like this person no longer exists, like physically. It's just like a weird.
For me, it's when all the gore and viscera fall through the ceiling.
That too. It's like the existential dread. This person is no longer a person. They've been like, melted down into like.
He was working at the Tampico down the street with his dad, and now he's a puddle of goo.
Yeah.
Life comes at you fast.
But I think it's interesting because like a lot of characters from Better Call Saul have showed up much sooner than I anticipated.
So if you've watched the first 2 seasons, you now know Saul and Mike at least a little bit, and even Gus showed up at this point. Yeah.
Hector is also in it, and Tuco.
Yeah.
But no, I really enjoyed it. I was going to watch the whole season. Like I should just do the first 2 seasons because Willer might just want to do a talk about them or whatever he wanted to do maybe later. But like I'm going to watch the show, but I just stopped there and then.
We could do like maybe you watch the whole show and then me, you, and Bradley, if Bradley's down, could like do like just a Breaking Bad talk again.
Yeah.
I just but like no, I've been really enjoying it. There's the scene where like. Also, I don't know if there's a controversial opinion, but I think like Hank's my favorite character so far in the show.
No, Hank's great. Like
I could.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And like I think Walter White is a disgusting human being.
The thing about watching Breaking Bad after Better Call Saul and also knowing the discussion around Breaking Bad is that you come in knowing Walt's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But when you watch it the first time when you were me and like you're just kind of going along with it, you're just on for the ride, so you're not sure how to feel about Walt. So I feel like that's a very different experience. Bradley, I think, started at the point you started at, basically, where he kind of knew what to expect.
Yeah. There's a scene where like they're doing like a baby shower and they're doing the recording of like talking to his daughter in the future, and like he talks and like I'm like that's kind of creepy. Like there's this because dramatic irony wise, like I know this person's going to become a huge drug lord in the future, so the imagery of like him going on trial or being like set up as this historical thing within this world, and that's like maybe the last recorded like human aspect of him before he goes full drug, because that's very early in season 1 when that happened.
Joe is like one of 10 people on planet Earth that are doing this after Better Call Saul, and this is so cool to me. This is what I'm hoping for.
Also, Better Call Saul is much better written than I originally thought.
It's immaculate. I just saw a meme today, not even a meme, but like a thing that I need to share with y'all. It's so good.
Because like Saul in this is a little bit more scummier than the Saul in Better Call Saul,
Right.
but I can clearly see like how this person became that person.
Interesting you say that, because a lot of fans like will watch Better Call Saul and see the humanity in him, and then be like, "How did he get to that point?"
No, I think it's like
I think season 6 is gonna explain exactly what got us from point A to point Z. But I guess you could. I kind of agree with the other people. Well, I'm somewhere in the middle. Like, I see a lot of humanity in Jimmy, and I don't see that in Saul. But I also feel like Saul's putting on a persona for a lot of Breaking Bad, because there's some scenes where he cracks, which you haven't gotten to, and he shows more of his humanity.
that's like I think that's another thing too, is that like I've seen in Better Call Saul like how he can like be his con man side. So like to me, I see that, and I see him doing his con man side, like and he just understands the business. Like, he's giving Walter like business tip advice. And I just think it's funny, because I also think like Jimmy's just doing his job, and that's how he sees it.
Do you have a favorite episode by now? Because there's a right answer by season 2.
Not that I can like boldly state out.
For me, it's the 4th episode of season 2 where they're stuck in the desert. That episode's so good.
Oh, yeah. Is it the one where they're in the house with Hector?
No, they're stuck in the desert cooking.
Oh,
and
yes.
Jesse leaves the key in the ignition, hot and fresh
that's
off
a
the
great
kitchen,
episode.
and then they're stuck there, and they have to. There's a lot of bonding in that episode, and I'm here for their relationship.
I kind of realized by season 2, like the whole point of it is that Walter's more of a dad to Jesse than he is to his own son, which is kind of
definitely
fucked.
goes places. Yeah, he's got 2
I have
children.
another question, because you might know this. When they were filming Breaking Bad originally, did they think it was going to be like a 1-season show, or did they think it was going to be
season 1 was cut short by the writer's strike of that time. So season 1 was supposed to be 10 episodes. So when Tuco dies, that's the end of season 1 originally, but that's the 3rd episode of season 2.
Yeah,
Man, I still know a lot of this. I'm so obsessed with these shows. Oh God, disgusting. Brother's like, I know.
Disgusting.
Anywho,
I asked because I feel like the character development in Breaking Bad, at least in season 1, was a lot more quick than in Better Call Saul. If that makes sense.
I feel like they learned their ropes around season 2 or 3. I think season 3 is really where they start like hitting their true stride of what the show should be.
Yeah.
What do you think of Jane, real quick, as like the final topic?
Jane,
you finished the season, right?
Off the GF for it.
Yeah.
Oh, the goth girlfriend. That was also fucked.
I'd say it's the first real fuck thing in the show, really.
Also, like one of those moments where it's like, this is where Walter like is like the one of those moments where it's like Walter is like going down the dark path even more. Like, there was a distinct choice you could have made there.
It's where Breaking Bad starts.
You were so close to doing the meme where this is where Walter becomes Heisenberg. That's become a meme in the franchise, because no one can pinpoint it, because the reality is, I mean, that's not really a spoiler, but the reality is there is no distinct point. It's all very fluid of when Walter
became Heisenberg when his wife got the veggie bacon.
in episode 1. Veggie bacon?
That's a good one.
Okay, all right. That was a long free talk for Joe. We're 30 minutes in, and I still got to do my free talk. So let's do it fast. This is going to be a long episode since it's the last of the year. So that's just...
We've just been doing shit, man.
Actually, I feel like near the end of the year, we start doing more things that apply to the podcast. It's just winter time.
Yeah. So like, there's more time to like fit stuff in.
That's true. It's just winter time. Okay, I've been playing some Final Fantasy 14. I'm really grinding out here, man. I'm not doing the skip pass, and then I just found out I'm like 20% through this fucking content of the first expansion that I'm trying to desperately get through. Y'all, does the gameplay, anyone listening to this who plays Final Fantasy 14, does the gameplay ever get good? Like, be real with me. Like, take aside the story that you love, take aside posing with your friends, with your cute cat girls and bunny girls that you love, does the gameplay actually get fun? Because I've yet to see it, and I want to believe.
Dude, everything I've seen is just calculating cooldowns. Like,
That's the thing. It's like I've played League and Unite. I've done like cooldown gameplay with more impactful gameplay.
Also, like every time I go into a fight, I've got like 20,000 MP. I'm like, do I run out of mana like ever?
I have an MP bar.
I
have an MP bar that none of my 3 classes uses. So okay.
We're probably gonna be the most hated people on the planet, but it's just like
because it's
we don't like Final Fantasy 14.
The thing is, like, I can be relaxed on a night and throw it on and do a couple of quests, but I'm like, that wasn't good gameplay. It was just a relaxing time where I listened to a YouTube video and just kind of passively play this game that is not an interesting game.
And you know what? Like, we started talking about this of like what all of the new generation MMOs have in terms of gameplay and like what keeps them progressing. And it's like I'd say there's like the big 4 potentially.
Yeah, what would you say those are?
I would say it's Final Fantasy 14, Destiny, specifically Destiny 2. The game's been going on since 2013.
It just feels weird to count it as an MMO, but I see what you're saying, like these big player experiences.
Yeah, Warframe, and then
Monster Hunter?
I don't know if it's big, but Monster Hunter.
Hunter
specifically. World specifically.
I don't know if you would count Monster Hunter as an MMO, I think.
It definitely is in the same capacity that Destiny is. These are what I call the new generation MMOs.
Sure, okay, I see where you're going.
It's all instanced. And it's all about repeating your content, doing your dailies,
getting loot.
Yeah, and the battle passes.
Y'all, questing fucking sucks. I hate it. It's so dumb.
Monster Hunter has no battle passes, but it's got questing.
Monster Hunter doesn't need to. Monster Hunter has always having events going on.
Yeah.
Which is, a good thing and a bad thing, which we talked about.
Bradley, haven't you been checking out or trying to check out FF14 as well?
Literally have not been able to log in.
Jesus. What server are you in? I wouldn't know. What am I even saying? I don't fucking know anything.
I don't know.
I'm in Cactuar because that's my favorite enemy.
I don't know. So. I was very excited, and now I'm just not anymore.
Yeah,
excitement just kind of passed.
I don't think you should be. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this monster collection stuff, so maybe you'll like it. Okay, moving on to the next thing. What else have I been up to? I finished Ratchet and Clank.
Sorry, Sarkette. We'll bring you on so you can provide Final Fantasy 14 a real justice talk.
People will just not find faults in FF14. I'm like, dude, I literally have to go on my to log in to FF14. I have to go to a side app every single time and get a one-time password.
Dude,
the game? So it says one-time password optional, and I try to do it without the password. It's like, no, you need the password. So I was like, what's optional about this? You're lying to me.
PlayStation, right?
Yes.
Like, the process of buying and downloading the game almost made me not want the game anymore. I was like, I just can't figure this. Like, I am trying to give them my money. I can't.
It's
like
people who say that it's a sensible, logical system don't play other games. I have to be convinced that they play one game and that's what they're used to. So like, oh, it makes sense to me. It does not. Anyways,
who has the worst login? Final Fantasy 14 or Texas A&M?
Texas A&M.
You can actually save your credentials and log in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all fucked. They both have my FAFSA daily payment or whatever. Anyways,
one of them has my Switch account associated with them.
That's so bad, dude. Obi Lloyd's a fucking menace in Unite. You don't even know. He's out here doing things. Okay, I finished Ratchet and Clank. I really liked that game. I liked it more than Joe, I think. It's just endlessly fun. It's just good. I did all the side content. I got it was a perfect length. Tyler can't be mad because people weren't even working on this one, so it's just a good game, all right? There's no side objectives where you will hate this game when it comes to Game of the Year. You just gotta be open-minded.
Those controller vibrations, though.
So Bradley didn't know about haptic feedback on the PS5 controllers. Those
Oh.
things actually add a lot to the game experience. In games like Returnal, and of course, in Ratchet and Clank, when you walk on certain surfaces, like it vibrates differently. Every gun works differently. Where some of them are those half, like the trigger will only go halfway unless you hard press it, which in a single player game is good. That will never be a thing in a multiplayer game. But
We're talking about the 2016 one, right?
no, we're talking about the 2021,
2021.
2021 one. The PS4
Sorry, you
one.
gotta get the name. You gotta get the names correct, man.
Yeah, sorry, Rift in Time. If I had a complaint about this game, Joe said it, like there's no functional difference between Ratchet and Rivet, aside from how they throw their wrenches and hammers.
That's it.
And that's a bit and the story really is like, this is a Rivet story. When it's like, I haven't seen Ratchet done well in a while, like the 2016's not a good representation of Ratchet. Even this is like, these games used to be raunchy and immature, and now they're mature, and I think like they shouldn't be. I feel like
This is full on advertisement for furry porn. What are you talking about? It's not raunchy.
Rivet's hot. Whatever, man. I'll say it. I was like, hey,
Rivet versus Carrot, go.
I was like, hey, I feel like Bradley right now. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus, bud.
I think overall, like, I really like the gameplay of the game. It's just like the last Ratchet and Clank game I played was A Crack in Time.
Yeah, which was the
And
third of the second
that game was-
trilogy.
Yeah, that game is stellar and like has a great story, and I thought like had a really good length that had a lot of like side options to it. This game was a much shorter. Its story was okay. It wasn't like the best. It was very predictable.
It took itself
obviously.
pretty seriously. Yeah, the
Yeah.
big twist was pretty predictable. But you know, like I mean, I don't expect a good story out of Ratchet and Clank. So I expect to laugh. I didn't laugh, but you know what? There was some good feel moments. It was cute. It was very Pixar, which is not the identity of the series I grew up with, but it's an identity I can still respect in its own way. And all the weapons, like the weapon selection in this game was fantastic. And at the end of the day, I come for good like exploration and combat and weapon variety, and the combat's the best it's ever been by far. It even has good bosses, which is not something the other Ratchet and Clanks can really say. Like, the nefarious fights are pretty cool. They're not like the craziest bosses I've ever seen, but they're pretty cool for
that last boss fight. Like I was just getting very frustrated.
Really? I
was playing on the hard difficulty though.
Me too.
So,
Like we were playing
okay.
on the same difficulty, but I did the side content, so I might have been more advanced.
that's probably what it is. I just kind of ran through the whole game.
I breezed through it with the side content either way. I thought it was a really well balanced game if you do the side content. Anywho,
Again,
we'll talk about it more in the future. I watched Shang-Chi finally, y'all.
Yo, let's go.
And shit.
Here's the pluses. Action, really good, especially in the first half. And I know Bradley really likes the action in Shang-Chi. Did y'all talk about this in the podcast?
did we?
So, did we?
Probably. I probably stepped away, or y'all did spoiler-free.
We definitely talked about Shang-Chi.
The music's really good, especially in the first half. It's got like a nice hip-hop infused like vibe. It felt really good. That bus fight scene is probably the peak of the movie. It's really good. This movie makes me feel like what Iron Fist should have been, the Netflix Iron Fist, which is like this. It kind of feels redundant that both Iron Fist and Shang-Chi exists, but I digress. Yeah, and yeah, that's unfortunate. You were gonna say
There's
something,
like-
Bradley?
No.
Oh,
There's a Spider-Man villain called the Green Goblin, and there's another Spider-Man villain called the Hobgoblin. Did you know that?
oh well, you know, they're whatever. That's a different storyline.
They're the exact same.
No, Hobgoblin's the son, at least in the movies.
No, it's
Ah,
not.
shit. They're both Norman Osborn.
No, one of them's Norman Osborn. The other one's just a fucking dude that broke into his lab and injected him with his and stole all his shit.
Comic books are so dumb. That being said, I want to read Spectacular Spider-Man. That's been on my read list forever. That's the comic book story where Doc Ock takes over Peter's body, and then like NTR's
That's Superior Spider-Man.
That's Superior Spider-Man. Sorry, Ultimate's the other series. Anyways,
Mm-hmm.
so cool action in this movie. I also like how this is giving representation to like American Asians, which is something that's not really in the MCU, and the MCU is like it is the movie industry right now.
Yeah.
Kind of fortunately and unfortunately, because it like friends of mine will only watch MCU movies and say certain movies are the best ones, and I'm like, you need to watch more movies. But well, that's a talk for later. What would it be a hot take to say the last third of this movie is kind of weak?
No, I don't think so.
Like, would y'all agree that like when they get to Ancient China Land, the movie loses a lot of its charm and starts looking a lot worse, and the action gets a lot less interesting?
I think so. It gets very Marvel movie beam in the sky.
Yeah.
I guess I could say like I was more invested in the story before they got there.
Like
Maybe.
I came out still liking the movie, but I think it's fair to say that the last third is a pretty big drop.
But me saying that as if I had to say something bad, because I did still like enjoy everything I saw. I think.
As we'll
Same.
find out later, I sometimes have to be the guy who says the bad things. Because, like, another thing, Katie taking up the bow and surviving that last battle is really fucking stupid. And I like Katie as a character up to that point. I thought Aquafina was good comic relief. I liked her character as someone who's kind of, like, out of touch with her roots. But are you fucking kidding me? Her master just gets swooped up by a demon, and then she's just like, oh, and like she doesn't get swooped up by it. Like, it's so stupid. I'm sorry.
Exact same thought I had.
I have something on par with that to relate to No Way Home later in this talk.
All right, we'll get there. And also, this is kind of a misrepresentation of both Shang-Chi and the Mandarin. Shang-Chi I had to do research on. So, Shang-Chi in the comics never has superpowers. He's just the best martial artist who can beat people who are a little bit above him. So it's like...
I feel like that's like half of superheroes. Like, there's so many superheroes that are just like, I trained from such a young age.
Okay, no, but he's just like Kung Fu Man as opposed to Daredevil. Well, who else? Like, Daredevil has powers for all intents and purposes.
Daredevil is a really good lawyer, and that is a good power.
He's a very good lawyer. And then Batman has money, which is a superpower. So, like, not many of them are, like, from what I understand, Shang-Chi is just a really finely tuned monk warrior kind of guy. So to give him power, like, he has chi manipulation. He can use the 10 rings. So it's like, from what I read, that doesn't really fit how the character is usually played. But the real problem was the Mandarin. So, when Iron Man 3 was coming out, I researched on the Mandarin, and I thought, this is the coolest motherfucker. He has 10 rings, and each ring has a different power. So what's cool about him is how he uses those powers to fuse. And then Iron Man 3 came out, and we get Trevor, and I've since come to terms with Trevor, whatever. So now we get the real Mandarin, and you know what he does? He uses those 10 rings to shoot power beams and blasts, and that's it. I was so disappointed that they did him right, like, kind of culturally, and then did him wrong power-wise. And I know that's, like, kind of a nerdy complaint to have, but just think of the potential. Like, he could... You know when Thanos actually uses the 6 stones in Infinity War, and then he does not actually use the stones in Endgame? It was kind of a bummer for me, because, like, wow, he was really cool in Infinity War when he was actually using each stone's powers. We could have gotten that with the 10 rings, because that's 10 different small powers that he combines to do cool things. Instead, you just get pew, pew, pew.
Well, from a writing standpoint of this monster that is the MCU, to play devil's advocate, two things being is we just had a villain that did that with the Infinity Stones, so you don't want to repeat yourself.
Okay, but we've had dozens of villains that just shoot repulsor blast.
I agree. The other one is that, like, it's harder to convey these 10 powers and kind of make them, like, feel unique or, like, allow the audience to pay attention to what's going on within that 2-hour, like, time frame, you know? Like, that's a lot going on to go, like, this guy has 10 powers.
Cut out Katie. There's many ways they could have done it and cut out certain plot threads, IMO. They don't even have to explain it. Just let them do fancy shit, and then you can interpolate. It's like, wow, each ring has different abilities. I don't know exactly what all of them are, but I can see he's doing different things.
I think it's for the casual comic book viewer peoples who don't give a shit, because
that's lame.
Like, a lot of the 10 rings have the same powers that the Infinity Stones do.
Yeah, like one of them's opening. Like, still,
Remaker, Influence.
you just looked those up. You didn't even know about the 10 powers. You're a fraud.
I did. We've talked about them before.
Get him.
Of course, yes. I do have to look up the list because I don't have them memorized.
I don't know them. I'm a Fairweather fan.
But, like, yes, they are different. There's not, like, a power stone that just makes them strong, you know? But,
I don't know, man. Thanos took a moon and crashed it as meteors. He did a Sephiroth attack, and I need more.
A lot of them have to deal with, like, essentially the same thing that they didn't do with the Power Stone, which was the Reality Stone. Like, they didn't do anything with the realities.
Thanos had a scene where he bodied the Guardians with exclusively the Reality Stone.
That is the most minuscule use of the Reality Stone from comic book adaptation.
Tyler, it's something that is not Repulsor Blast. It's something that is not an energy blast.
But I don't think the casual audience is smart enough. I don't think the core MCU audience is smart enough.
Yeah, but we're not that smart, and I'm making that whatever. Anyways, this is
we're computer science. Yeah,
I'm not. Look, I pretend to be smart, but I'm not that smart.
Hey, look, maybe Wong is gonna unlock. Maybe Wong is gonna unlock the power.
That's what I'm.
Maybe we'll get that.
So right now I'm missing Eternals and Black Widow out of my list, so I'll do those soon.
It's Black Widow. Don't worry about
Black Widow.
If it's on Disney Plus, I'll throw it in the back and
also Hawkeye. Hawkeye just finished.
I do want to do Hawkeye because apparently
I'm excited. Good. I'm glad to know that that's just finished.
I hear Fisk and Matt Murdock are in Hawkeye, so I need to know what's going on. Yeah, fun fact about the Daredevil show, I didn't watch the 3rd season because I was like, it got canceled, so I'm just not going to bother. But now that I know, I have a whole season that's apparently a good season of Hawkeye, or of Daredevil waiting for me. So that's exciting.
Did any of y'all watch Iron Fist season 2?
Oh no, I didn't know that existed.
I think it does.
No, I did not. You're thinking of Jessica Jones season 2 that I watched 3 episodes and like it's probably the worst thing Marvel as a collective has put out in a hot minute.
There's a second season of Iron Fist.
On God?
The season was released on September 7th, 2018.
Wow.
That's one of the later ones. Anyways. Yeah. Okay, let's get to the first real topic of the podcast. 51 minutes in?
No. Okay, we might need to figure this shit out.
All right.
Yeah, we'll be here all night.
This will be a 3-hour one, hopefully not too much longer. I played Shining Pearl and Ultra Moon recently. Those are the Pokemon games.
I am still playing Ultra Moon.
I don't believe you, but I guess we'll see. Joe also, so I did a Nuzlocke of Black and White 2. It was super fun. It reinvigorated the love I have for Nuzlocks because you take Pokemon and you make it a roguelike. And if you're bored of Pokemon, just straight up do not play it normally. The games are too easy for adult brains. That's just the fact of it. You have to do self-imposed rules of some sort. You don't have to do Nuzlocke, but at the end of the day, you have to hold yourself back from just steamrolling the game because otherwise you will.
Putting on set is a good segue into like taking off the baby training wheels.
Putting on set's mandatory at this stage of our lives. If you're above 13, you got to start playing set. I'm sorry to say. That's a mode you can do in the games. That's all they give you because they don't do challenge modes anymore. But you know what they do? Ultra Sun and Moon is fucked up. That is a fucked up game that random trainers and every named trainer is fully IV'd and EV'd and has good movesets. So
not only that, they have like different tiers of wild trainers and you don't know which one's which.
Dude. Yeah. So, and Joe knows this.
Don't talk to old people.
Don't talk to old people. Do not talk to an old person in Alola if you're doing a Nuzlocke because they will fuck you up.
So there's one guy that's like on Route 2 or 3 as you leave, I think killed one Pokemon from every person that was doing a Nuzlocke run when we were doing
the
it.
one with the Sylveon and the one with the Carbink, and they have full restores. It's like, fuck you. But the thing is, so if you're playing the game normally, you're going to lose half of your party. You're just going to go back and heal, and then you go back to the route. So, like, even if you're playing normal, like, you are going to lose Pokemon, but you're going to win the battle at the end of the day. It's when you're Nuzlocking where, like Tyler was stuck on a decision against the dude with a Hariyama.
Oh, no. Yeah, we need to talk about this. Y'all don't know about... Okay, so...
That was really good.
Here's one thing. We're not doing normal Nuzlocks like this. We played Sun and Moon when the games came out 4, 5, 6 years ago.
But none of us have played Ultra, which is what
none of us have played Ultra Sun and Moon. So if you go watch like anybody on YouTube, a lot of them, I wouldn't say the animators do, but like who's the ant guy who's like the professional?
Like someone like Small Ant or Pokemon
Small
Challenges.
Ant, Wolfie.
So I've been watching
Like-
Flygon HD. He does a bunch of hardcore rules where he doesn't use items and he doesn't over level at all. They look up all the teams ahead of time. So we're not doing that. So we're going in blind.
Yeah. And it's a little bit of an advantage that we have because we're not big people that need to like have good content. No, we can afford to
Just
be
for fun.
pieces of
We're just
shit.
doing this for funsies.
So yeah, I get to this fucker and he pulls out one Hariyama. I'm like, all right, got this. You know, I throw out my Shiinotic and I'm like, all right, Sleep Powder, we're gonna be fine.
It misses.
Sleep Powder misses.
And then,
Hariyama belly drums.
which Belly Drum will half your health, but it will max out your attack stat.
And this is like a level 33 Hariyama. Hariyama has a base speed of 50, so he's not the chunkiest. But like earlier on, when all of your Pokemon are like 24 to 33, that's kind of fast. And not only that, he knew Thief or Revenge. So I couldn't throw out my Ghost type and just like body him. So we have a dude. This level 33 Hariyama has over 300 attack.
It's ridiculous. He will kill any one of Tyler's team in one hit. That's where we're at right now.
Anything I throw out, he will kill in one hit or most likely outspeed. And I pull out this Pokemon calculator. I'm like, well, Raffarios or whatever it's called. Raffruff. Yeah, well, a Furfro with this ability and this much defense, like, survive this punch from this Hariyama. No. And it's like, oh, no, you will certainly die in one hit. And I'm, like, going through this trying to figure out, like, oh,
Tyler, you have to do this. You have to sacrifice 4 of your Pokemon to get out of here. I'm like the devil on his shoulder.
Like, no, you have to get rid of all of them. He's like you're going to lose.
I'm like, one person's going to survive this with my strategy.
But thankfully, I did not follow the same stingy rules Willer did. I have gems equipped for Z moves, but I only use them in difficult battles.
Yeah, which is fair.
Dire situations. Which this was a dire situation, and like I didn't even think to use the Z move until like after doing calculations for like 20 minutes.
And it was like a roll. There was a % chance it wouldn't kill, and it did.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
It was extreme luck.
I had fun sitting in with you on that. The thing with Nuzlocks, and I want to get this across, they're not to prove that you're good. They're more so to prove that you're having fun. You should change the rules as much as you need so you have fun, because it's a self-imposed challenge. Like, there is no leaderboard out there, and you're not a content creator, so just have fun. That was a fun time with Tyler. So
it should be stressful. Let us reiterate. It should be fun stress.
Meanwhile, in my Ultra Moon Nuzlocke, I fought Ultra Necrozma, and I heard it was a hard battle. Holy fucking shit. By the time I had done 10% damage to it, he had killed 4 of my Pokemon. And
Willer lost his run.
for all intents and purposes, I didn't lose it then, but then I had to fight Mina, who is the fairy trial leader. Just to start her trial, she wiped my whole fucking team. And most people would count that as a loss. I had people in the box. So right now, I'm about to fight Hao and the Elite Four with 7 Pokemon left. That's how brutal this. I have almost 2 boxes full of deaths, and I'm having a great time. I make my rules so I die a lot. I think that's the fun part. Is just like constantly cycling a new Pokemon. But that's enough out of Ultra Sun and Moon. We'll talk about it later. I've also played the Shining Pearl remake, which I think only Joe might have checked out.
I think so. Of everyone here.
How were you liking it when you played it?
It's like,
'cause I think you were nuzlocking it as well.
that's locking in as well. It's just, I don't know, man. Willer's right. Well, because we've talked about this. It's like the Pokemon there are just, because I did an Ultra Moon run and I got killed by the Carbink old lady.
But even early on in your run, your team was so diverse compared, like everyone had different teams when we were all starting.
And it's just like, and so I've played the Ultra Moon. It's like, man, there's a lot of different Pokemon here. Like every route feels different, and it's like even like at one point, round 1 had like 3 different sections because there was like the base route, the sea, and then like the school. And we're like, those are 3 different things because otherwise you would go for like 40 minutes without getting another Pokemon, basically. So like immediately off the bat, there's like a huge variety.
That goes a long way for me in Pokemon games, is how good is your wild variety, which is why I like X and Y and Sun and Moon and stuff like that.
And Pearl and Diamond, it's
oh my God,
like I feel like I run to a Geodude every single bush.
I got to a point because I beat my run for that. I got to a point where I was just skipping routes because I was like, I would have to pull it up Cerebi, see that there are no new Pokemon in this route that I haven't caught, and just like move on or catch a duplicate. Like it is, Diamond and Pearl are shit regions, and maybe that's a hot take because we all grew up with them. I'm sorry, but we grew up at the wrong time.
Yeah. I played Pearl when it first came out, and I just enjoyed it. But like at that time, I was like, "And Pokemon, Pokemon."
But when you're looking at like what's in the routes for you to catch, it is so dull, and also the environments are so dull. There's hardly any interesting environments. Meanwhile, Sun and Moon look gorgeous. Like the locations in those games are so cool.
I think the one location so far in Pearl and Diamond that like really stood out to me was the first gym when it's in like the gravel pit or like it's in the quarry. I'm like, that's a cool like town location idea. But then everything around it is just routes that are boring.
But you're gonna see those same tiles that you saw in the quarry in a mountain somewhere. So it loses off on that. I will say, despite me not liking the art style of this game, despite me hating the friendship mechanic, they added in forced mechanics where as soon as your friendship maxes out with your Pokemon, you get the buffs that you would get from like the optional Pokemon and me stuff where you pet them. You can't avoid that anymore unless you do what I did. You periodically give them drugs that they do not like, which lowers their friendship to 0. Despite all these problems with this game, I still think it's the definitive version to play Gen 4 because the Grand Underground is really cool. It's a better version of the Underground. There's also like caves that have Pokemon that showed up in Platinum, so you still get those Pokemon through those caves in the Underground. And the boss opponents have really good Pokemon with better movesets, all the changes that they got throughout the gens, and items equipped to them that actually make them challenging.
Fuck Skuntank. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, like, the bosses are badass, and I wiped out to Volkner, the 8th gym leader, and like I said, my rules is if I have people in the box, I'll keep going, because I don't want to... I'm not a content creator, there's no point in me restarting if I still have Pokemon to go. Like, there's nothing to gain. And by the time I got to Cynthia in the Elite Four, I had 1 Pokemon left. It was a Magnezone. So I taught it Flash and Protect, and then 2 attacking moves. I was like, we're going to get real cheesy, and I fucking won. Also, Magnezone was the best Pokemon to have left because it has Sturdy, so if it's at full health, it'll always survive with 1 HP. That didn't even come to play, surprisingly. Thank God. But, like, I did have that as an out. I got so cheesy, and that was a really memorable fight. It was me and a Magnezone versus the hardest, like, champion in most of the games. Like, Cynthia's scary. Even as a child and as an adult, she fucking will step on you. So
fucking shark man.
Yeah.
Step on you.
Yeah. Bradley, you got anything to say? Anyways, like, I'm gonna be real. This is gonna show up in the game of the year, along with the other Pokemon games I play this year. This is the worst one I've played this year. This is arguably the worst Pokemon game since the original Gen 4 games.
Damn.
At the end of the day, though, the gameplay's still there, and I can somehow I can still outmaneuver Game Freak's stupid decisions to make these games baby easy. Which is weird because they make the easy friendship mechanics, but then they make the bosses like harder than ever. So like I don't know what's going. It's also Game Freak didn't make this game, so for once this isn't on them. To be fair, anyways, it's a weird time. If you like Pokemon, you'll like this game. If you don't like Pokemon, you're only gonna like it if you haven't played in a while and you're going for that itch. But it's not gonna change anyone's mind drastically. But that's that. God, talk to me about Mythbusters, Joe.
I love Mythbusters. It's so good. I watched Mythbusters episodes seasons 1 through 3. I was going to try to watch 4, but I had to find a service that will let me purchase the whole season in one go because Amazon won't let me buy the whole season. I have to buy them because they can't sell the Mentos and Coke episode.
Holy
I don't know why.
I mean, because of branding issues, clearly.
I guess so. I need to look. I've tried to look into it more, but there wasn't anything in there that I was like, oh, they're not allowed to license this or whatever. Anyways, I started watching Mythbusters because Adam Savage came up on my YouTube feed from his personal YouTube called Tested. And I watched like a video about him talking about Mythbusters. Like, man, I haven't watched Mythbusters in literally years. And I realized 2 things. One, I thought there was only 6 seasons. There's like 14.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot.
Yeah. 2, that show, like, I think still holds up to this day. Weirdly, like it's still very entertaining. It's still very educational. Adam and Jamie are very charismatic on screen, and then their side team is also very charismatic. So there's just always
the girl in the side team. I had a crush on her growing up.
Gary Byron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah. So, but like it's really interesting because the first season is like only 3 episodes, and like it's really like no budget. They got like the cheapest cameras they could, and they were filming stuff, and they were just like, it was like really sketchy. Season 2 came along, and Discovery pumped every single dollar they had into this show. They got a whole new opening. It's really funny because like if you go up and talk to anyone about Mythbusters, they probably know who you're talking about. Like they know the show, they know what it's about. It was a pretty big thing when we were kids.
Does the new generation know Mythbusters, you think? Or
I don't know.
I really don't know.
That's a good question.
They're so fucked.
I know.
If they don't know Mythbusters, man.
They're dumb.
But I bring that up because like the first few seasons they're trying to call people to like do stuff, and they're like, who the fuck are you? No. And it's just really funny to see because it's like they're the Mythbusters. Like everyone, like they know what they do. They blow shit up and they do crazy stuff. And like I think later in the season they work with NASA to do a myth. And like season 1 or 2, they call NASA on like advice on something. Like, we're not going to spend time wasting talking to you about this minute little thing.
It's like, do you know who we are? Do you know what we'll become one day?
But like, I'm going to continue watching them. I think the show is like, surprisingly enough, is still entertaining. Like to this day, it's still pretty educational. It's weird because there's some stuff that like maybe in the future we'll have this, and it's like we do have that now. We do have watches that we can call each other on the phone now. It's kind of wild.
How little did
the best myth I saw was there was a myth that you could pump if you clogged up the holes in the boat. You could pump ping pong balls into the boat and raise it out of the sea. And they did the calculations for it, and they were able to do it. And like, this is 100% feasible.
Okay, I like the myths that turn out true. Those are cool.
Yeah, right. It was super cool. I was like, it was crazy. The other one was also with boats is like the sinking ship vacuum. Apparently, when the ship sinks, it doesn't actually vacuum you in. There's not enough force generated from the boat to actually provide pull for you to get sucked underneath. Which is kind of wild. So you
just like the ship goes down and you stay up. Is that
like idea? It doesn't like pull you under. You just kind of like go down. Like it doesn't suck you under, which is really interesting.
Neat.
It's cool stuff. Also, yelling at plants makes them grow faster. It's great.
Wonderful.
Unfun fact about Mythbusters is the 2 leads hate each other. And that was such a bummer to find out, man.
They have a very professional respect for each other. It's a lot
Is it
more.
is it two alphas, quote unquote, that just like can't like they both want to be the leader, but they won't concede on who the leader is? Is it kind of that relationship?
Adams talked about it. Basically, what it was they are two different mindsets of like how they want to operate things. So there is that alpha standpoint, but it also is just like you work with somebody for like 16 years, and like even more because they work together in like special effects departments. You work so long with somebody, and you're in the room with them for every year of your life.
It's like a marriage.
Professionally. Yeah, it kind of wears down on you. So like we're glad we're not talking to each other, but like I will never say anything bad about the other person.
I hope Bradley and I never get there because we end up working together.
All the time.
We'll meet in the future.
Yeah.
Grant, I just got to the season 3 is when Grant Imahara shows up, who
Grant's
died.
Oh, he died. Yeah.
Yeah, he died last year or 2 years ago, and it's really upsetting because like that's like the one celebrity death in my life where I was like, oh, I actually feel like actual remorse and upset about this. Yeah, but the show's very good. I think if like you're ever thinking like, should I watch Mythbusters? Like, yeah, it's worth putting on and showing your kids. Weirdly enough, I think if you put it on today and someone watched it, they would just assume it was a show from today that's on the Discovery Channel. Other than seeing like weird like Blackberries people are using.
Weird take for us to wrap up. Do y'all feel like Top Gear is like on the same wavelength as Mythbusters? Is that just me? No?
I don't know if it's
I feel
the same tier, but the same idea, right?
I feel like
wavelength is a way good way to say it.
Right? I mean, like they're both like the two guys do experiments within a genre show.
I can see that.
Right?
Top Gear is like very restricted to cars, whereas Mythbusters is a lot more broader of a stance. But like I like watching Top Gear clips. I don't necessarily like the show because
I just have memories of going to a friend's house in high school and like we would eat chips and watch Top Gear, and I'd be like, "This is nice. The chips are nice and lemony, and the salsa dip is really good, and Top Golf's going on. Top Golf, Jesus, Top Gear. Sorry, Joe, triggering.
Yeah.
Okay, Bradley, legitimately tell me about Monster Rancher 1 and 2 because I just don't know, man. I just don't fucking know.
So, Monster Rancher 1 and 2 came out in the mid to late 90s for the PlayStation 1, and I think they're pretty cool. Monster Rancher games have a pretty unique formula among monster raising / catching games, and when I say that, I'm not trying to say like other games should do what Monster Rancher does. I'm just saying like, it fills a niche that I haven't seen in a lot of other places. And the way I described it to you guys on Discord, I think, is that it's kind of like a monster raising resource management game. Because unlike other games, if you just grind, raise your monster stats as much as you possibly can, your monster will die of old age before you ever beat the game, and you probably only got to B rank instead of S rank, which is your goal.
What's the point of the game? Is it like Pokemon where you want to beat gyms or some challenge, or is it like...
basically there is a 12-month calendar in the game, and each week you can decide what you want your monster to do. You can train a particular stat that week, you can go on an adventure and look for items and secrets, or you can go to the battle calendar and sign up for a tournament. Like, hey, I want to sign up for this tournament. And some tournaments have restrictions like, only monsters of this species can compete, or your monster has to be above C rank to compete. Or
so that kind of incentivizes using a different team than usual, I would assume.
Yeah.
That's
and
nice.
Basically so your monsters do die in this game. They can die if they get particularly thrashed in a battle.
Bradley's been nuzlocking too, baby.
Yeah, like if your monster like truly honestly gets fucked up that badly in a battle, like if you're signing it up for a tournament it should not be fighting in, it can die. Or if you take it out on an adventure to a region where it's not strong enough, it can die there.
Is it if it gets hit by an attack that does like over damage that
stuff like
reaches
that.
a threshold?
It'll knock weeks off its lifespan. 'Cause that's the thing.
Reanimate now.
I beat the life out of your son.
Yeah,
I had to sacrifice 1 week of my life to do this move.
Gear second.
Every monster species has like a default lifespan, like 400 in-game weeks, or 300 in-game weeks, or 700 in-game weeks. Okay. And basically every single action you do in the game will to some degree take weeks off of that lifespan.
That's so interesting. That's cool.
So every month you have to decide, okay, what's your creature's diet going to be this month? And so you can go for the super expensive tablets, which, they keep your monster skinny, they reduce stress and stuff like that. But they cost a shitload of money. You can feed it potatoes, which are super cheap, but they'll fatten your monster up and honestly reduce its lifespan if you keep feeding it to it. Or you can do meat, which is some mix between the two. And then even then, every time your monster fights in a tournament, even if it kicks ass, it's going to reduce its lifespan a little bit. And every time it gets KO'd, it reduces its lifespan a lot.
This is getting uncomfortable. Very dreadful.
And that's the thing. You even have to, denote rest weeks for your monster, because you can just train every week, but that'll tire it out, stress it out, and reduce its lifespan. So you have to be like, okay, you know what, we're going to do heavy drills the first week of every month, then light drills the second week of every month, then you're going to rest and finish off the month with more heavy drills, and then we do the same thing next month.
I used to hit heavy curls at first.
So
I was
if you just train, you'll get to B rank, which is maybe halfway through the game, because you're going to spend most of your time just trying to be A and S rank. And then your creature will die, and then you'll have to start all over. And then it gets even cooler. So there's 38 different base monster types in this game. But each monster type has 10 variants, which the regional variants of Pokemon, they're about like that.
Cool.
So you might have okay, here's the lizard creature, but there's also robot version of lizard creature, and celestial version of the lizard creature, and ghost version of the lizard creature. And each of those different versions will have different IVs, I guess you could say, where it's this version of the lizard creature excels in intelligence, but this one excels in defense.
More like base stats, yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that. And then there's also certain abilities that only certain subspecies of each creature can learn. But anyway, I think it's just really cool to have to manage all that for your creature. Now, this game was fucking pissing me off because
yeah.
Here we go.
One step from Eden is a game I love, and I play the shit out of it. But what pisses me off is there's a bunch of stuff in One Step from Eden where you would literally never know how it works unless someone on the internet told you. All that stuff I told you guys about this game, about lifespans and feeding your creature and being careful not to get into battles that are too strong for you. All these mechanics and more are not only not explained to you in the tutorial, because there is no tutorial. The info isn't in the game at all.
Dude, the lifespans isn't in the game?
No.
Oh.
A lot of this info, even I found out when looking through game FAQ guides, wasn't discovered until the 2010s when people data mined the game.
Bro.
Because there's one item in the game that you can't use it like an active item, so people are what do you do? And it turns out if you have that item in your storage between the months of June and July, if your monster has over 100 stress, it'll reduce its stress by half or something. And it doesn't tell you that.
Okay.
Wait. I need to know what the name of the item is. If it's Icicle Pop,
it's Gemini Pot or something you get.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah.
Now,
that could mean anything.
Also, there's a ton of secret monsters to unlock, and it's really cool. A lot of them are just if you allow a monster to die, you have the option of building an altar to, honor it. And if you do that, after a year or two, a ghost will appear or some shit, and then you unlock the ghost monster. That's kind of cool. But, dude, one of these, holy shit, I don't know how anybody ever discovered this. To unlock this one monster, first what you have to do is get a monster and beat the lowest level E rank tournament which most people don't even enter because even newborn monsters are kind of strong enough to beat the one above that. So you do that, and then if you wait a couple months without, leveling up your monster any higher, you'll get an invitation to some invitational tournament for your creature, and you have to beat that one, and then you unlock the worm monster type in addition to a few others. Then you need to raise a worm monster, so ditch your current one. You need to get it to rank C or lower, which is very low rank monster. You then need to raise it so it is between 4 and 5 years old, which your monster would never be C rank or lower if it's between 4 and 5 years old, unless you were deliberately just never entering any battles.
We literally taught him wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Its loyalty level has to be 80 or more, aka you've been raising it exceptionally well, but again, have just not used it for any battling. Then you have to have, whenever you're deciding what to feed it every month, you have to have fed it 30 or more cup jellies, which are like little Jello cups, and they're horrible for your monster and expensive and reduce its lifespan. So good luck even getting it to 4 to 5 years.
Is this gonna end soon?
No.
Not that I'm mad. I want you to keep going. I'm just curious.
Then, once it is between 4 and 5 years old, on the 4th of June, if its fatigue level is exactly 0, not a positive 15
The
or minus
4th
15,
of June?
and if it has 7 or less stress, if all of those conditions are combined, your worm will go into a cocoon, and then there is a chance it can hatch into this new monster type.
Bradley, I'm so glad you're part of this podcast.
So-
and the fact that you were able to remember all that.
Oh no, I was
like-
reading it.
Okay.
I could never.
That's insane, dude.
So,
But let's be honest, you fucking love that. You love that bullshit.
I played it for like 30 plus hours already.
So did you beat both 1 and 2? Like, how long are we talking here?
I mostly just played. Most of my gameplay was on 2
Fair.
because
I mean,
2
it's
is
the better one. Like
2 is just a strictly better version.
Say I give you Pokemon Red and Crystal today, and you're not in the mood to play both, you're gonna go to Crystal.
Yeah, it's kind of that exact thing.
Yeah.
But Monster Ranch is really fun. 3 is just better. I think 3, I would never say they rebooted the franchise, but they took it in a very different direction. It got a lot more colorful and cartoony, and they totally redesigned a lot of the monster species. So,
Say 3 comes out. Are you gonna get it if it comes out in a re-release?
oh fuck yeah, that game's very fun.
Okay, one last thing for us to close this topic. I know in Monster Rancher, a mechanic was you would take the disc out, put in another disc, and that would take like what monsters you'd get. So what do they do?
So what they
that?
did in this is they just uploaded a huge database of like albums and music CDs, and you can just search through and find CDs you want to put in, and like they have new music too. Like me and Emmy were sitting there generating monsters, and like we put in like "Get Into It" by Doja Cat or like
Hey.
"Industry Baby" by Lil Nas or something. And it's fun to see what monsters it generates.
So hold on, is this in the game app? I'm trying to visualize how this plays out.
Yeah, like you go to the shrine and then
And it has Doja Cat. Like you go to the shrine and you play Doja Cat from the shrine.
or like you don't play the music. It just like has like the information for that album in the game, and it like uses the information about the album to generate these monsters.
That still feels illegal. That's cool.
It's pretty rad.
Dope.
But it's
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if it's publicly gained knowledge,
Yeah.
I imagine you can put it in there.
I'm assuming they can't have the album cover. That's where
No,
I
there's no art or anything.
Okay.
You
Gotcha.
can't actually hear the music.
It's kind of like almost like a passcode. Like the passcode is Doja Cat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Something.
Okay. That's still kind of neat though, because you can still be like, I want to do like a Beatles team, and then you just do Beatle albums.
Oh,
and those are
cool.
the-
You could do like runs based on genres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bradley, Okay, what you haven't talked about is the gameplay.
Is it
Is
ugly?
the combat fun? It's gonna be ugly.
Dude,
is the
okay.
combat fun?
The combat is pretty cool, I think. So essentially, throughout battle, you just passively charge up energy, which is called guts, but whatever, it's energy. And every move you have takes a different amount of energy. Like this attack might take 50, this one might take 11, this one might only take 5, this one could take 70. Every attack, you also have to be within a certain distance of your opponent. Like, you can only use Fire Breath at mid-range, you can only use Jab at close-up, you can only use Death Blast when far away.
It's a turn-based game?
What controls
No.
your range?
It's like it's kind of arena-based.
So you move around and press a button to do the move?
Exactly. And then, so some moves might do a lot of physical damage. Some of them might not do a lot of damage, but they reduce your opponent's energy. And they also have different accuracies. So it's like, oh, I could go for broke and just spend all of my energy on this attack that could one-hit kill, but it might not hit. Or I could do a ton of little hits, which overall might add up to less damage than the big hit, but at least, I'm going to get some hits in. I don't know. It's fun.
I feel like I'm gonna buy this on sale at some point. This seems really stupid, and I kind of like it.
Now, I don't know how fun it would be for newcomers. I am kind of operating off nostalgia because I liked the series when I was little.
True. But wouldn't that be interesting to find out?
Yeah,
that would be interesting to find out.
Sounds like a whole podcast point of this.
Yeah, a future pod. Speaking of podcast points, are we good to move on to the next one?
Yes, absolutely.
What is there to say about Defunctland's Fast Pass video? Let's get Tyler talking. You start, Tyler.
No, Joe.
No, but you gotta talk. You're getting sleepy because Tyler took his booster shot today, so he's gonna be feeling a little down pretty soon.
Yeah, if we show the video of this, you'll see me like stretching my arms and like lifting up. That's me trying to like mitigate the soreness and stuff.
Oh
and
man,
just, like,
I gotta get my booster soon. Everyone get vaccinated. Get your boosters.
So Joe's a big Defunctland guy. I'm a casual Defunctland guy.
It's like my favorite YouTube channel.
But I enjoy theme parks. After I watched this, I actually went down this rabbit hole of Disney propaganda and like park updates. Like, I think I'm more up with the loop than Joe is right now.
No way. No,
no
fucking way.
Oh yeah, like they just updated their park hours specifically from December 27th through January 11th.
Joe, did you know this?
Year.
I mean, they do it all the time. I don't look actively for their park hours, but they do seasonal updates.
I don't know who wins this fight.
They also just updated the Genie Plus Pass. That's throughout those same times you don't have to pay the extra $8 to ride Remy's Fast Lightning Pass.
Nice. That's really good.
Tyler wins.
But yeah, like it is a really good. Not only is it is a documentary about Disney World, Walt Disney World in Orlando, and
all the
it touches on a lot of the other Disneys, but the primary focus is Walt Disney World in Orlando and their entire history with fast passes, and it compares it to a lot of the other fast passes throughout that have been used throughout the timeline, but also even some other theme parks, like some Japanese amusement parks. And like what they've created it for fast pass systems as well, including Universal Studios, which is a direct competitor to Walt Disney World in Orlando.
It's an interesting topic for me as fucking theme park man on this podcast.
It not only just talks about like it's weird that a video about fast passes gives so much insight on how the current or like who the current CEO of Walt Disney World is.
Yeah, okay.
How much they influence and how good the park experience
Side note, in the Depression streak, this video auto played and I let it play for 40 minutes. I thought it was interesting how they would like, and then CEO blank took over and these are the changes they made. Hello, Petra.
Yeah. So I've watched like every Defunctland video. He breaks up into seasons, and he did a whole season about everything that went under during one CEO's time, Michael Eisner's time. To give you an idea, I think Bob Iger's had maybe one thing like go under in his time as CEO.
So you're saying he's the GOAT?
Bob Iger's been pretty good for Disney, for the Disney theme parks. But Michael Eisner, man, made baffling decisions when it came to their theme parks.
Who's currently in charge?
Currently in charge is Bob Chapek, the former...
Either of those, okay.
Yeah, former
Nobody
head
likes
of...
the current guy.
Yeah, former head of the parks department of the Disney Corporation.
Well, to the current guy's credit, I've had fun the last 2 times I've went, so...
He just got into power this year.
Oh, fuck him. Fuck him.
And it's already bad.
Yeah.
I'm already stressed, so you're right.
Yeah. But it's very interesting because, like, it's also a weird allegory for the social economic system within the American state. Like, you didn't get that far, but he breaks it down into basically with the previous fast pass system where we had to do the reservations for all of our rides. Do you remember that? Where, like, I said, like, at this time we're going to this ride, this time we're going to this ride, and this time we're going to this ride. I had to do all of those in advance. With that current system, you either knew exactly how to use this system and you were riding like 15 plus rides a day, or you didn't know how to use this system and you're riding 1 to 2 rides a day. It was a huge gap in people using this system, which was wild. And part of it too was that, like, if you were a park resort, if you went to a resort and stayed at a resort, you got to make reservations further ahead of a time. If you were a walk-in person, you could only make them the day of, and so tickets would get snatched up. It was just he does a really good job of breaking down, like, how each system works, the pros and cons of it, and, like, how, like, essentially the best thing to do is to not have a fast pass system, weirdly enough. That the most fair and the most efficient way is to not have a fast pass system. You're still going to have lines like that. That's going to happen. But by creating a fast pass system, you end up, like, creating, like, an economic gap between your guests, and you divide them into different classes. And it's just a really interesting. It made me, like, kind of realize now that the system they have in place now is just the old fast pass system, but now you're paying money for it rather than it being for free.
The current CEO played Roller Coaster Tycoon, which is a game where you charge not only people to get in the park, but you charge them for every ride, like a boardwalk. You know?
Yeah.
He was the only person that played that game and goes, "Oh, this is such a good idea," and didn't think it was scummy.
Yeah.
Hey, did we have fast passes last time we went?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are we upper class now? That's kind of gross.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I made sure that you had the best time at Disney World.
1% represented.
We not only are we upper class, but with our next trip, we are even more upper class.
Comment on this video and we'll give you money to balance it out. All right. We won't.
I already have our donator we need to donate to this year. Same guy as last year.
Yeah. Wait, Amana Moon was last year, right?
Yeah.
We donated to Amana Moon. We did that, right? I did not forget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. Check out his art.
Shout outs to Amana Moon.
I think, though, like, this video was a great video to just explain, like, how parks operate and, like, the efficiency system and the problems with them, and then, like, how really the problem is capacity, and that, like, theme parks are really expensive and they're just way too popular. And it's just like it's like a cruise ship. It's like it doesn't make sense from a neutral moral perspective to exist in the world. If, like, you had to delete something, it'd be probably one of the first things to go in the grand scheme of things.
My favorite part about the video was something that I kind of realized was, like, common sense for probably, like, you and me.
Yeah.
We realized, but, like, I was talking to the video about, like, my brother, and he's, like, business savvy dude, but he was like, they should just have yes, Willer?
You said I was talking to the video about my brother. I'm sorry.
Oh, my brother about the video. I was talking to my brother about the video, and he was like, well, they should just have fast passes for every ride. And I go, well, you see, about that is if everybody's in line, there's not, like, that it's just everybody can't be in line all at the same time. Then there's 30,000 people in
Yeah.
lines.
I can't believe how good of a villain Syndrome was when you get down to it in Incredibles 1.
Yeah.
If everyone's fast pass, no one is.
It's,
No,
yeah.
no, it's not about that. It's that like they have to have people in the open spaces. There's just not enough room. Like if they wanted everybody to just sit in lines, there would be nothing else. It would just be acres and acres of line queue.
Yeah.
So, interesting things that I remember from watching the video, I was only half paying attention, is the way that they will do the little zigzags in the line so you can't actually see how long they are. That's fucked up, because I thought about our experience. I was like, yeah, they're totally doing that. And then also, there's apparently a thing where they were like Disney Pass A and B, and they would put the less popular ride on A, so it made it seem like it was something you should go to take people away from the more important ride, which is in the B.
So that was the way back when. That was the parked e-ticket way of doing things, where like they would rate the classes. So instead of buying like an admissions into the park, you bought like tickets for certain rides or classes of rides. What ended up happening, and they explained it, is that you would just go up and you would buy e-tickets because those were the only things worth doing. And so if it was an e-ticket attraction, you'd be like, oh, this is the best thing to do. We're going to go do that. And that's why they would have 2-hour wait lines for Country Bear Jamboree, which is not an e-ticket attraction. That show's crazy. I would never take y'all to that. That's only for me because I'm a Disney crazy person.
Because you're fucking insane. That's right.
Yeah. And so like it's really interesting like to see the history of like, weirdly enough, line queues and how like they have to navigate that. The best part of the video, though, you didn't get to it, Willer, is that so the guy that makes Defunctland is an industrial engineer. So he got his degree to work in theme parks and do all of this math. So he creates a program to run the simulations for every different like fast pass system. So like he shows you like I ran the numbers, I created profiles for different types of people, I set limits to them, and here's the results. And it's just super cool and interesting to like that he did the work and didn't speculate. It's like I have a degree, I did the math, I did the programming, I've literally done everything you possibly could to prove these points, which is why it took him like 3 months to do this video, or 4 months or something like that. Overall, Defunctland, great channel. If you have any passing interest in theme parks or just kind of want to like know some fun history about theme parks, great channel. I suggest you look up the Adventure Park video of his. That shit's crazy.
You talk about that. I should give it a try. He interjects some jokes in there that I like to break up the knowledge bombs. But in summary, there's a great big beautiful tomorrow. Shining at the end of every day.
Oh man, love it.
I can't wait. Okay, so tell me about the inside job, boys.
Did you watch that as well, Tyler, or was that just me?
I watched half of it.
Okay.
I couldn't finish it.
I watched the
Wait,
second.
is this the Ryan Reynolds thing?
No.
Okay.
This is if Disney Channel had permission to make a Rick and Morty show.
Basically,
Oh, what the?
it's
fuck?
produced by Alex Hirsch, who did Gravity Falls.
Goated.
Yeah,
I haven't even watched it, but I know he's goated.
Oh yes.
I would say the first half of this show, I was like, it's whatever. And then like the second half, I was like, hey, I kind of really like that. It's basically the premise of the show is this girl works in the deep state of the United States. Like she's the one that helps run the conspiracy theories, runs like the dark web, runs the shadow helps like the shadow council do whatever they need to do, and like does conspiracies and stuff.
Is this live action or animated?
No, it's animated.
Okay.
Tyler's right. It's very much like if Disney made Rick and Morty, but that's more of like an art style sort of sense. I give like a solid like B- or C+. I enjoyed it. I'll probably watch the second season when it comes out. But I don't think it's anything to like really kind of, introduce to your friends or get obsessed over. It was something that like I put it on, really enjoyed it, had a nice little time while I just kind of sat there and watched it.
Cool. It wasn't bad. Yeah, that's it. It's a very quick talk.
Yeah, it's
We need
nothing crazy.
some of those today, so we take those.
Yeah,
Because
but
go ahead.
it was good. Go on. Why are we? What's next?
We need some quick talks because we're gonna talk about Deltarune real quick.
Oh God,
Bradley.
Yeah.
Deltarune's a you and me thing. Now,
Yeah.
you have not played Chapter 2.
I have not played Chapter 2.
This is your formal declaration of war. You should play Chapter 2 by Game of the Year if you want to.
Okay.
It's completely fair if you don't, but I plan on playing it, so you don't want my opinions to be the only one to be influencing Deltarune.
Yeah, I mean, it's so short, it should be easy for me to play it.
Yesterday finished Deltarune Chapter 1. Man, that's a good game, right? Deltarune's really cute. I think you've gone on record to say that you like it more than Undertale, or certain aspects you like more than Undertale. So I'd like to hear your
certain
take.
aspects is probably the best way to say it. One thing I really like about Deltarune is in Undertale, every boss fight was extremely unique and memorable. But in Deltarune, it felt like for me, every fight period was unique. Like, even when going through a normal area and running into normal enemies.
Yeah, I guess so.
It feels different because, like, oh, this one is scripted because this character is going to show up halfway through. Or it's like, oh, you fought this enemy before, but last time you didn't have this party member, so you didn't have to worry about this social dynamic or stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just really like it. I feel like there's very little... I don't know. I feel like there's very little of either having to just kill a bunch of enemies or avoid a bunch of enemies. I don't know.
It was a really well-paced 3-ish hours,
Well-paced.
3-ish to 4 hours, right?
And
Because I did the very beginning when you were over actually a while ago, and then I just started to bang it out yesterday, and then I've started Chapter 2 today, but I'm not very far in it. So that's where I'm at with those games. Undertale, if we want to get into some Undertale stuff, Joe, you haven't played Undertale, right?
I played the first. I got past the woman that runs the orphanage, and I talked to her enough times. She's like, "Okay, you can leave now."
That's barely the start. You gotta beat Undertale.
So Joe made it out of the tutorial.
Yeah. She's literally called tutorial, basically.
I think so. I think a big part about Undertale is that, like, I feel like it definitely was a thing you needed to play when everyone else was playing it.
I don't agree. I think Undertale... So, here's the thing.
I think it's better when you didn't play it when everybody else was playing
Actually, yes. 100%. 100%. The thing with Undertale, and this is going to come up when we talk about Spiderman, all of us have been the villain at some point. And I can pinpoint it, like, Tyler's usually the villain, right? Bradley was the villain for Attack on Titan and Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah.
I'll have to become the villain for Spider-Man and Undertale sometimes. And Joe's been the villain. I can't remember when. Help me out here, Joe. When are you the guy who's
Haikyuu? That's the way to be it.
No,
not even Haikyuu.
Joe knows Haikyuu is based. He's just not good at reading it.
I liked Haikyuu.
Yeah,
I just stopped reading it, and I should probably just read it and finish it, and then give my opinions.
Yeah, at this point, please. I would do anything. So, like, with Undertale, the thing I've meditated on this today. It's like, why am I like this? Because sometimes when I'm the bad guy, because everyone's been the bad guy, but I feel like when I'm the bad guy against, like, our entire friend group. So it's like, it's like, a lot of stuff gets criticism that I think is too harsh. So when something gets no criticism, I feel like I need to balance it out a little bit with, like, pointing out some things that I might not like and some things that people should consider. And that's where I'm at with Undertale, where, like, I really like Undertale, but people were so, like, obsessed with that game, where it's like, okay, maybe I should point out some of the flaws that I perceive, so maybe we can have some discussions about, to balance, I balance out the discussion a little bit.
Yeah.
Bradley's favorite game for a while was Undertale. I don't know if that's still true. I feel like sometimes Bradley's too shy to talk about how much he likes Undertale.
Yeah, that's the thing.
This is an open space. You can let it all out.
It's still definitely top 3. I really fucking love that game, and it had a respectable stretch as favorite game.
So all that is said to like, I think Undertale is a really good game, and Joe, I don't know if Tyler's played it.
I've played Undertale.
Yeah.
I think yeah,
We did a whole fucking tier list in our actual Slack about the Undertale music when I was gone.
that wasn't uploaded, so it doesn't exist or count. So yes, you're right. Undertale music's great. Which, getting back to Deltarune, Deltarune's a very interesting follow-up to Undertale. The music's fantastic, so we can start there. Like bangers.
We like everyone knew there was gonna be some bangers, but like just even the song that plays during the regular encounters, I think it's called Rude Buster.
The thing is, in Undertale, there's a different song for every encounter in a different area. True. There's only Rude Buster in Chapter 1. That was a little bit of a downside with that. Actually, the only downside with the music, and then the final boss music was nothing to write home about. I don't know if that's a hot take. Do you like the song for the king?
They got bangers, but do they have the mash?
That's true. The thing is, like, some of the Undertale random encounter songs are some of the...
You just agree with me. You said something that completely doesn't make any sense, and you're just like, true.
No, but for real, do they have the mash? Because in Undertale 1, like, stronger enemies and the song that plays when you're in the core, I think it's just called Core, are some of my favorite songs. But they're like enemy specific songs that play, but like when you only get one song throughout the game for all the random encounters, it's a little bit of a downside. But also, Deltarune's about like a third to a half of the size of Undertale, so that's fair.
Yeah. And man, to talk about some of the things I like, I think I like the characters in this game, and
the characters are really good.
Barney, I think he looks neat. I saw Bullet play a little bit of it when I was over at your place once.
Which character?
I think
the dinosaur man.
Oh, Susie.
I guess so.
Susie the Goyle.
I adore Susie. I don't know if Willer feels the same way, but I think she's what I like about the game mostly.
I think my whole spiel for getting into me and Bradley's differences with Undertale is that, like, I like the game, Bradley loves the game, I like some things he doesn't, and he likes some things I don't. Now, we can both... I came around to Susie by the end, I'll give you that. I think the character we might most differ on is Lancer. I feel like Lancer's the Sans of this game.
Because, I'll admit the area Lancer didn't land for me is, I think what they were trying to do with his writing is where, like, he feels a duty to help the king, but also he is trying to, like, reconcile that with wanting to be friends with you or
So that's like 15 minutes of the 3-hour experience, to be completely fair. Because I just played it, so I have the time frames pretty well right now.
And I don't know. I just some of that stuff I don't know if it landed as well as Toby intended it to.
The thing with Lancer for me, he definitely got chuckles out of me, but mostly because of how characters react to Lancer. With Sans has... Here's a weird thing about me. I think Sans Undertale's a fantastic video game character. And I'll admit it. Whatever, man. All memes aside, Sans is fucking awesome. Sans has his serious moments. My favorite moment in all of Undertale is when you go to the cafe with Sans. And he has like a heart-to-heart with you. And for a split second, he shows like his really serious side at the very end of that conversation. Lancer has yet to show that side. Where Lancer is pure comic relief with a little bit of heart. Sans is comic relief, heart, and seriousness kind of mixed into one.
You know what, Willer, you're right. I changed my mind.
I did it. I fucking did it, go. I did the act command, and Bradley's now pacified. So, if we want to talk about it, I think the gameplay is better in Deltarune than Undertale. And
my god.
That's not a hot take. Everyone's going to agree with me. Tyler, did you play Deltarune? Because you're nodding a lot. Okay. That's mostly what we're going to be talking about, because I haven't finished Chapter 2. I think we should all finish Chapter 2 by Game of the Year, so I don't hog the spotlight there.
I played Deltarune, having never played Undertale.
Sure.
It has nothing to do with it.
The negative, I think, with every Toby Fox game is the humor.
All one and a half of them.
All three of them. Because when you're rating like the Walking Dead chapters, like the gaming publications will rate each individual chapter.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, the humor is hit or miss for me. For some people, it's going to be all hits, and also for some people, it's going to be all misses. And I do believe that. For me, it's mostly hits. It's like a James Gunn movie. They're my favorite like Marvel movies, but some of the jokes are like, please stop. And I can live with that, and that's fine for me. But some of the jokes really land, and I don't know if y'all agree with that as far as Toby Fox humor goes. I feel like some of them are like too internet cringy.
Yeah, I mean, I get mostly hits. I think the misses are probably rarer for me than for you, but I can see it.
I don't know where Tyler lands as a comic.
I'm indifferent. Like it's video game comedy. You're gonna get what you get.
And the thing with Undertale and Deltarune is like it's not even a scene by scene basis. It's almost a line by line basis. Where I'm like, this scene's really stupid, but these 3 lines made me chuckle and laugh. So I don't know. It's pretty divided. Joe, you should play these games anyways because there's so much heart in them. Literally, sometimes.
I get Undertale on my Switch and play on that.
Yeah, I played Deltarune on the Switch.
I think at the very least, it's rare when I have a moment when I play a game where I can pinpoint the moment I decided the game was good. Deltarune is one of those games. Like I specifically had a moment where I was like, all right, you know what? Toby Fox, you made a good game.
Do you remember what that moment was?
Yeah, that moment was when Susie joins your party and you go into an encounter. And let's say, you don't necessarily want to kill the enemies because, oh my god, this is a game made by Toby Fox.
And Susie will do it either way. She attacks on her own volition, which is cool.
Yeah, you don't issue commands to her. She's going to attack enemies. And so, you can choose to waste the turn of one of your other characters to warn the enemy that Susie is about to attack them so they can dodge. And I was like, that's just a cool way to spice up these encounters.
The thing is, from what I understand, Susie killing people doesn't matter in that first chapter.
Yeah, so...
I get that. I get that the message at the end of the day is your choices don't matter. That's what Deltarune's kind of about so far.
It's saying, like, hey, I'm not Undertale.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, but now you introduced a game mechanic that I don't know if I should care about. And that's where I'm at with Susie.
This is where I'm kind of landing right now. I think at this point, for those elements, I guess I just have to wait for the rest of Deltarune to come out. Because I don't know what he's trying to do with that.
Because slight spoiler alert, in the end of Deltarune, chapter 1, Susie comes around and starts like you can act with her, which also kind of sucks because Susie doesn't have Rouse. So help me out here. Is it Rouse?
That's how I say it.
So Rouse is my favorite character, by the way. So I'll just throw that.
Yeah. Oh damn! All right.
Is that a surprise? I think Rouse is super sweet, and Rouse is also the straight man to kind of the cringe humor that turns the cringe humor into funny for me. The thing, Susie comes around by the end of it, but unlike Rouse that has 2 spells that like function in the pacifist gameplay, Susie only has spells and attacks, and then you have to kind of command her to act. So it's like she doesn't add anything to the gameplay for me aside from guarding if she has a turn. And the thing with Undertale, and this is a problem with Undertale the first, it pits this game about like you make your own decisions and you kill some characters and you don't. You have to choose to go pacifist or genocide, but it's like let's take all the facade aside. You're supposed to play Undertale the first time pacifist route. Is that a hot take? But like you can't. You can't because the first game will gate you in neutral. But even then, you're going to play a pacifist up to the neutral end, and then you're going to do the bonus section that gets you to the neutral end, and then you do genocide.
Yeah, I think that's a downside of the game becoming so popular.
Maybe, but also like my problem, and I talked to this back in the Slack days, not even X Slack. And I talked to this with Bradley. With Undertale, there's never an enemy that makes you question your morals, really, where it's like, this character is unforgivable. I should genuinely kill them for the best of the world until
Yeah.
maybe Flowey, which is the last boss.
And even then, that's like a maybe.
And even then,
Sometimes.
that's a maybe. There needed to be a relentless killer where it's like killing them is better for my gameplay experience because it gets them off my back. Like, it never pushes you to that moral choice because the monsters are also lovable and cute,
That's
even when
actually
they're
a good
fighting
point,
you.
yeah.
And
You
I
don't
feel
really
like,
want to kill them.
and Deltarune kind of also does the same thing because Susie's kills don't matter. And again, the enemies are all cute. And even the king is not that threatening when you fight them in Chapter 1. So we'll see how Chapter 2 goes. but-
Oh, he did have like a very like. It was one of those moments where I might have said "fuck you" out loud because he did some scummy ass.
Oh, when he
shit in that
betrays
fight.
you, I saw that coming. I was like, please don't heal him, Rouse. But of course, Rouse being the dumbass that they are. Either way. But
So,
all that aside, the gameplay's better, even though some parts
yeah.
of it don't matter. The music's a banger. The story I'm really liking. And I'm hoping that you could maybe enlighten me a little bit, Bradley, on the final cutscene of Chapter 1, because you've probably done some research on it. Like, what's going on?
oh, the very final cutscene, yeah.
No, Bradley,
And you know-
Tyler's out, even though he played the game allegedly.
That's
I don't remember it.
Okay.
And if we're gonna replay,
Okay.
You
fine.
know, obviously that is the most talked about part of the game since the game came out, I think. There was honestly probably even a game theory video about it.
Wow.
I don't really know. I'm kind of. It makes me excited to play Chapter 2.
Clearly, that's like Chera vibes because Kara,
Yeah.
Kara, how you supposed to say it? Because the knife. When I picture the knife, I think of Kara.
Yeah, and you know,
So
here's something that should be talked about. Yes, a shitload of Undertale characters appear in Deltarune, but they're not strictly the same characters. It's like an alternate universe, and I think the way that Toby Fox described it back whenever Chapter 1 first came out is that he reused a lot of these characters. One, to like, yeah, whatever, alternate universe, but also it's like his way of kind of setting the tone for a character. He's very aware that if someone's playing Deltarune, they've played Undertale almost certainly, so it's like a way for him to let you know how you should feel about a character before you've really started interacting with them. That being said, I think there's more going on than he really said back then. I think to some degree there is maybe crossover with Undertale. I have no idea.
I don't
And
know,
that's,
man.
again,
When I
why
see
need-
Toriel and Undyne and Alphys as literally the same name characters, I have to believe there's some crossover.
yeah, so
And Chris
I'm
is
excited to
so like evoking a Frisk, like the
Yeah.
silent human protagonist that kind of has like a dark side inside of them potentially if you go that route. So I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyways, I can't believe we're talking about Deltarune and Undertale on this podcast. Come back,
shit,
Tyler.
what the fuck?
Hey, look at that. Anyways, by the time we do Game of the Year, I at least promise I will have played Chapter 2, and I hope you guys join me, because I don't think
promise nothing.
I don't think I should be the one that has control of where Deltarune lands. I'm not qualified enough to control that in the Game of the Year podcast. So, all right. Let's keep moving along as we enter hour 2. Shit, I lost track of what the next topic was. So, someone.
It's JoJo's.
Oh God, JoJo's Part 6 came out. Let's do a talk about that. And you know what? We can't skimp out of this because this is the namesake of the entire podcast is JoJo's.
Jojo, Jojo.
That is
That
our
is
theme
the
song.
theme song to Jojo, where they just yell Joe for like 20 minutes.
And now we play that at the beginning of every podcast.
Yep.
Lovely. Hey, Part 6 anime is really good so far.
Can't believe it exists.
That's where we should start.
Yeah.
It's a Netflix production and it's releasing in batches. That's kind of weird.
And I have
Yeah.
had almost zero disappointments.
Yeah.
Except there's a few scenes we don't get, but that happens with every part.
So I'm one episode ahead of you, Bradley. You can come over and
Yeah.
watch it if you want. I will rewatch
Bet.
that. I watched it in the sub version, so I can watch it dub with you if you want.
Yeah.
So that's a new thing. I've been swapping between dub and sub. Both are good. If I had to make any distinctions, I like Jolene better subbed. Despite it's really cool that Kira Buckland got the role.
That's accurate.
But I like the side characters a lot in the dub as well, so that's something.
Yeah.
I watched the
Sub
whole thing.
superiority.
What did you watch, Tyler?
I watched sub.
And
I watched the whole thing dubbed because I put it onto the side while I was working, so I could like go back and forth. I was pleasantly happy with like how the dub was. I also thought like no one's gonna watch it dubbed other than me, so I might as well do it to give some sort of feedback.
I want to hear both.
I really enjoy it. The anime is uncensored completely, both in visuals and words.
Completely is maybe not accurate because
Okay.
they censored out a Jolene homophobic line where she's playing catch
Oh.
with Foo Fighters. But I think
Interesting.
aside from that,
It's
where she-
uncensored in
violence
a way
wise,
that's not right.
Yeah.
Wrong.
yeah, that's a good censorship, perhaps.
Yeah. But I've been really enjoying it. This opens up the avenue of we might get a Where the Fuck is Mickey or something close to it.
Where the fuck
by
is
Inst-
Bugs Bunny? Because they even
Yeah, where
brought
the
up
fuck
Bugs
is-
Bunny. Oh,
Yeah.
Tyler, you'll see. You'll see Bugs
You brought
Bunny.
up Bugs Bunny, and I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Bugs Bunny will be a part of a fight, so just keep that in mind.
Is Bugs Bunny a stand?
Yes.
It will be summoned by a stand, yes.
Yes. And snails. Don't forget
Oh my
snails.
fucking god. Here's the thing. So they're changing things, sometimes for the good, sometimes for the better. We've noticed, like, I don't think the scene where Jolene makes that girl pee plays out that way in the manga.
No,
Um,
it doesn't.
But it makes more sense now. And Bradley has some choice words about that scene in general.
Well, you know what? I get it. No, I think it's fine now. You know, it's
But it's changed. That's not what we grew up
That's the
with.
thing. It totally changed. I don't know.
But what's really changed, I think, so because you guys didn't read, so it's kind of weird. You guys didn't
read.
read part 3, but the part 3 anime has more than the manga. You guys didn't read part 4, but the part 4 anime has less than the manga. You guys did read part 5, but
Yeah.
part 5 scans were so bad back then where the anime is better by default. So when we finally get to part 6 where you have read it, you get to finally run into what I ran with in part 4 and 2, where there's less than the manga and it hurts in some ways with the world building and the characters. Tyler is completely virgin to this, so he's just gonna get the unfiltered anime experience. He's still gonna enjoy it to a certain degree.
Manga readers hate this one trick. It's called being oblivious.
Manga readers hate the fact that at the end of the Marilyn Manson fight, which is one of my favorite fights in part 6, they kind of changed the ending to not make sense. And I don't know why. They
In
did
what
not have
way?
to do that.
What happened in the manga? I can't remember.
In the
Oh,
manga.
are you talking about how like they changed the rules up just when they realized what the rules are,
No,
and
that
the
was
stand
the-
should have known the rules the whole time?
Tyler's kind of right in some ways. It gets really weird in the anime where when Jolene when Foo Fighters throws the ball at Jolene as the elevator's going up, Jolene has to unravel the ball to catch it.
Yeah.
In the anime, Jolene catches the ball, and then a guard stops the throw, and then walks away with it. And
You're
Jolene
right,
has
yeah.
to grab the ball and unravel it, which doesn't make sense. You don't have to unravel it if you're not doing the elevator sequence anymore. And then she does the 1,000 throws.
My understanding was she unraveled the entire ball to fit through the elevator bars.
Yeah.
That's what happens in the manga. In the anime, she just catches the ball, and then the guard catches the catch and walks away with it. What
He
happens
puts it in his
is,
back pocket, and she has her threads around it.
so it doesn't make sense. And Bradley, now that I'm explaining it, you can double check it when you watch it for the first time.
Yeah.
In the anime, she catches the ball normally, and then she goes for another throw. The guard catches it. He walks away. In the manga, she unravels it to catch it. She grabs it. She's about to do the next throw. The guard grabs it out of her hand and walks away. It's really weird and different, but they bring in these rules about how Marilyn Manson focuses on your guilt, but it just kind of didn't work in the anime. It's minor, but they changed it for no reason. I think that's the point what I'm getting to, is like they're kind of changing some stuff for no reason. It's not as bad as in part 4 they removed the entire finale of the Superfly fight, and you guys will just never know how that fight ends. and that really upsets me because it ends really cool because Josuke has to like.
Superfly is just an electric tower. That's all I'll ever know.
Yeah, but it ends with Josuke having to punch the tower, so the tower punches him back and launches him upwards. It's really cool. And then there's some stuff with blood. Anyways,
I'm like after watching it.
Are you liking part 6 so far?
Like is a word.
Tyler, this is really a bad guy.
I've watched all of JoJo's, okay? I do not get how you enjoy this manga show so much and shit on other things so much.
I can 100% explain that, okay? Because I was having this conversation with Bradley as we were watching it. Araki's a fucking moron. And I finished part 8, so I really know he's a moron, okay? Yeah. But he's also brilliant. No one thinks like he does, Tyler. Like, when you're watching the beginning of part 6, as, like, underbaked as some plot elements are, it's just so unique. Like, you go to your hundreds of isekais, you go to your One Pieces and your Narutos, whatever. You're having a fight where, like, Jolene's hanging off a pipe because there's a weird satellite floating around trying to shoot her. Like, no one uses the environment. No one does weird encounters the way Araki does, and I think that goes a long way.
You're not wrong, and I get that the main attraction is the fights. It's all about how unique the fights are and how weird the stand powers are.
And the characters aren't your traditional heroes. I think that's a big thing, too.
Let me keep going.
Yes.
This show is, like, the antithesis of Willer's entire, like, purpose of enjoying content, which is character development, which this show has absolutely zero of.
It's so wrong.
Hey, that's fucking cap, because character development starts happening especially in part 6. You haven't gotten to the Ultra Security Ward, bitch. You don't know what happens in the Ultra Security Ward.
What is the character development? Okay. In part 6, y'all both said there's character development. What about the other 5 parts?
You know, Koichi develops and Kira develops. What do you mean who? No. Koichi's huge.
Koichi hasn't evolved. No, Koichi literally, like, okay, he gets maybe some where he turns from Mishima into, like, Mishima Plus. Yeah. And that's a Persona reference where it's like, okay. This is a piece of shit character everybody hates, and to, like, now he's not a piece of shit.
People don't hate Koichi. They just don't like him until he's matured. Okay. Anyways,
but he doesn't even mature. He stays the same height.
The thing with that doesn't matter. If staying the same height doesn't mean maturity, then I'm doomed. Okay. The thing is,
like, he has an evolving stand.
The thing is, in parts 3, 4, and 5, the main character is a static character, but the characters around them mature and grow, while those characters are the rocks you can go back to and rely on when things get serious.
We have literally made fun of all these side characters for being cardboard cutouts.
I haven't. I think they're really good cardboard cutouts. They're the ones that you see on the big, like...
Yes, they are cardboard cutouts. But, like...
Look, like you know what? You're not even wrong.
If you're talking about character development in the sense that in the first half of the episode, they want to kill Jojo, and in the second half, they're like, oh, I want to join you now. Like, I get it, you know? Like, I'll give you that. But... this show is just world building, and I get that it's fun.
Not even world building.
Yeah, only part 4 has world
overarching building. Concept of the JoJo's anime is about world building.
No, it's not world building. It's just adventuring.
No, not at all.
Look, man, JoJo does not have the most complex characters, but it has fun characters that are going through plot lines that you will only see in JoJo's, and I think that is the merit of JoJo's, and it goes really well.
I agree with that, but it's just like I said, this is like the antithesis of what I know Willard to be.
It's not. Okay, hold on. How is this the antithesis of me?
You were all about character development, and this is the least character development.
I'm all about standing out, and sometimes things stand out with character development, like Better Call Saul, that is all about character. Sometimes things stand out with visuals, like a Euphoria, or a Quentin Tarantino movie, or dialogue, if you want to go that route. And sometimes shows stand out and manga stand out with interesting action sequences, and I think JoJo stands out that way. Why don't you bully someone else? Bradley likes this show too, you know.
Yeah, Bradley ain't talking about it.
Oh, dude. I really shouldn't like it as much as I do, but 6 is cool. I think Jolene really I think she captured me a lot more than the other JoJo protagonists because like she's a girl like probably honestly around our age who just didn't have it very good, and she misses her mom, and she didn't really want any of this. And
I think she goes through a lot of character development. Like episode 1, she finds out that her boyfriend's a bag of dicks,
to be fair, so does Jotaro and Josuke in that sense. The thing with Jolene's character
more than part 5. Let's just get that clear.
Well, that's clear. Yeah, of course, you have a brain cell, but the thing we'll never stop bullying. We'll never stop bullying. The thing with part 6 is you haven't gotten to the part where Jolene starts really developing. So I can understand your problems. Hermes never develops, but she's a great side character. Foo Fighters develops a lot.
Is Hermes okay? Who's her? What's the name of the girl that she's in the room with? Who's her roommate?
Gwess.
Yeah, fuck that psychopath.
She's so fun.
She's a psycho, but she's hilarious.
She's so fun. Gwess is great. Also, Dub Gwess is a treasure. Go watch Dub Gwess if you haven't yet.
Oh man, yeah, I think she's like not the only reason, but the main reason I actually decided I really want to watch the dub of this.
We flip-flopped the first two episodes, and then Bradley heard Gwess. He's like, all right, let's stay dubbed.
Yeah, I was like, I'm a fan.
Bradley, keep going while you like it, because I feel like I'm being targeted here.
Man. Part 6... It puts the bizarre in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, a lot of the really crazy ones obviously have not been adapted yet. We're going to have to wait till the second half of these episodes. But
people are not ready.
No, probably like the last third.
No, because next part we have Sports Max, and they are not ready for Sports Max.
Yo, I wasn't ready for the raping laptop. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Sports.
What'd you think about the frogs?
I thought the frogs were great. I thought that I was like, oh, it's raining frogs. Like, that is a metaphor that is very common. That's great.
But that's not a real weather thing. Let's put down our.
Yes, it is. No, that was a complete. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Rocky read it in a Snapple Facts, and then he's like,
dude, after the guy reflected projectiles with clouds, I was like, okay, so he can do almost everything he wants to. No, literally at the introduction of his power, where he moves the water up and down like the freaking fountains at the water park on the piano. I was like, oh, so this guy can just do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you do not understand the capabilities of Weather Report. You couldn't believe.
No, like, he forged glass mid-fight. I was like, the frogs is what you're asking me about? I was like, oh, yeah, whatever.
Dude,
I was like, no, the frogs are completely normal compared to the forging of glass.
You are not ready for the extent of Weather Report's ability.
Heavy weather is going to come down like a ton of bricks.
That's weird.
If anything else surprised me, if there are any more surprises with Weather Report, I will let you know. But by the time I got to the frogs, I was null.
Let me tell you
promise you.
Going into, like, heavy weather... It was like one of the most hyped things that Joe and Willard ever hyped me for. Like, just to, like, no, you don't get it. It is so weird. It is really that weird. And I was going into it like, I bet it's not going to be that weird. Dude, even with them like trying to overhype me with how bizarre that shit is, I was like, what the fuck, dude?
I will be shocked by the Snapple Facts he pulls out.
No, actually, yes. I don't know. No one knows, dude.
These are Uber Facts. He went to Snapple Facts and Uber Facts Twitter account.
It's like, give me the hidden ones in the vault.
Is the security ward the next arc where they're in the
the next arc? It's like in the next 3 arcs. I don't think the next arc's Security Ward. Tyler's not ready for Green Baby. Tyler's definitely not ready for fucking Rods. I don't think anyone's ready for Rods. Dragon's Dream. I hope they explain that well. That's the thing with the anime. It might explain things better, so Tyler will have a better experience than we did first time. There's a thing in Heavy Weather where they contradicted themselves literally from a bubble to the next bubble, okay? And all I'm asking for is that they just pick a fucking side. Just pick a fucking side! I don't, I'm yelling too much.
What about Yoma?
Yo-Yo-Ma is trash, and if they make Yo-Yo-Ma good, like, claps to David Production if they make Yo-Yo-Ma a good, fun time. Because that is garbage. That is a bad arc.
So at this point, the only thing that has surprised me was the deflecting clouds. Like the super dense clouds of Weather Report. Weather Report's been the most significant so far. Everything else has been like, oh, this is normal JoJo stuff.
I mean, narratively though, Jotaro like getting knocked out from the arc pretty early.
Yes,
I thought,
no. They did have me on that. I was like, oh my god, this is like the only second JoJo death. Like we know Joseph's dead because that guy died of old age. Like
He's
we know
actually not. Joseph is not dead right now.
What the fuck?
That's the most bizarre thing.
Rocky confirms that Joseph is alive at the end of part 6.
That motherfucker old.
He's super old, but you know he's based. So
I'm very glad that Netflix grabbed JoJo's, because that's a lot of money and stable money that's given to David Productions, and that just makes part 7 even more likely.
But CGI horses, man.
I'm very excited for CGI horses.
Tyler, you are not ready for fucking Catch the Rainbow. Okay, it's not weird. It's just good. Like the thing with part 7 is just good. Like everything is great,
except for maybe Boom Boom Family and Mrs. Robinson.
No, Mrs. Robinson's fucked. Yeah, all right. Mrs. Robinson's weird.
Mrs. Robinson wasn't sure he was going to make it.
Okay, let's put it. Are they going to fix Who Shot Dio? Because I love that arc, but when it was
Who Shot Johnny?
Who Shot Johnny? Because when you really get down to it, that does not make sense. But I love that arc.
Oh my god.
No, they won't. They won't.
Can't salvage that.
They're too faithful. They're those fuckers.
Yeah. Anyways,
anywho, we'll talk about part 6, part 2. Especially with Tyler once we get there as the plot really starts unfolding. Yeah. Y'all, we've reached the halfway point of our podcast. That's 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'm holding on hostage.
We're there.
Let's talk about Inscryption.
This gets to be a quick talk, thankfully.
Does it? I want to hear about Inscryption.
Yeah, nope. This is a quick talk.
Bradley, deny him his rights.
So here's the thing. Let me do my half before I'll let Tyler wrap it up. Inscryption. The first few hours. Here's. I would classify Inscryption as good, but hear me out. My first few hours with it, I was astounded with this game. I was so in love. Holy shit! I thought this game was good, and I still think that first section is phenomenal. There's multiple acts to the game. The later acts I was much less engaged with because this game is a game where you need to go in as blind as possible. So most of the stuff you'll see in advertising is from the first act of the game, which in my opinion is the best act of the game, which means the majority of the game is stuff that you wouldn't really know about from the store page maybe, and I don't know. Some aspects of like the gameplay or the flow change in ways I don't like. What I like about the first half is that it's genuinely fun card gaming, I think. It's a very unique type of game where, like, yes, you're playing a card game, but at any time you can get up from the table in this room you're in, and it's also an escape room game. And there's like puzzles around the room where it's like, oh my god, like there's this like picture on the wall of a game board. So what if I tried to get those cards and lay them out exactly how they are in this picture? And then you do that, and then like something in the room changes, and then so that part's really cool. Aesthetically, I also think this game is just knocked it out of the park.
It looked pretty cool from what I saw.
And there's just really cool stuff that, you know, I think even a few minutes in, I was already really hooked where, like, oh, you know, like Yu-Gi-Oh!, I had to, like, sacrifice this monster to summon another one. But then whenever I beat that battle and went on to the next battle, this card was, like, hey man, like I know you had to sacrifice me to win that last battle, but that wasn't very cool. And I don't know. The game hooked
that
me
seems
really
really
hard.
fascinating to me.
So I think what I just don't. So I really loved the first act of the game. I think I just got really disappointed when I got to the later acts of the game, and it wasn't the game I grew to enjoy anymore. Also, even if all that stuff was true, I still would have classified this game as great. What's gonna knock it down to good is I don't think the story in this game is nearly as cool as the creator thought it was.
Ooh.
There's a bunch of other games that have attempted to do what he's trying to do in this game, and there's a bunch of games that did it way better. I thought it was. I'm sorry, man.
I feel like I need to play this so I can ask you what games you thought were better, because if I ask that, it's gonna be a spoiler.
It's kind of telling, right?
Yeah. So
I already think Bradley spoiled way too much.
I don't feel.
Personally,
Like you really should go in as blind as you possibly can.
All right,
yeah,
we'll
like
leave it there.
I think he already spoiled it. Because the way that I got to play it was Austin sat me down and said, "Play this."
Yeah.
I didn't even see a store page about it. I looked up nothing about it. I saw no ads.
I know nothing aside from stuff you guys have told me.
So like Bradley said, I didn't take away the story as being like the creator thought it was way better than he thought it, or like it was not as good as he thought it was. I took it away as being cheesy.
Yeah.
It is on the nose, but it's still fun with the way that it's presented to you. And the order that it's presented to you in, I think, is interesting. Because, in my opinion, the game is, like, I agree with Bradley, it's just good.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the parts that Bradley liked in terms of gameplay. But as we're coming to learn, Tyler can beat a specific genre of video games very quickly. Or very quick. And there are things that I had to be told that I missed out on because I beat it too quick.
That's the thing. It's a roguelite that is very easy.
Yes, it bodes well for it.
So it's like Returnal.
And like, here's the thing. You know, if I beat Spelunky, even if I beat hell of Spelunky 1, which I've done, I have not beat Hell of Spelunky 2. But if I beat Hell of Spelunky 1 10 times, which I've done, even if I go back into the game, getting a normal win, I still have to really work for it. Like, even if you've beaten it several times, it's still kind of hard. Inscryption, I've gone back in a few times after beating the game, and I can beat it pretty much every time. Like, it's really not that hard.
One cool thing that me and Austin were talking about is this game pulls off some cool psychological stuff.
Yes.
In terms of gameplay UX, where it uses a good amount of reverse psychology and it gives you choices. But I mean, this is an extremely small sample size, but like me, Austin, and Bradley all made those same choices when we played the game.
Yeah.
Now, how many choices are you given? Is it 50-50?
Four.
Okay, 4.
4. No, it's 4. And we all, well, actually, you're given 4 choices like a few times, but like we all made those choices like in the same order both times.
It's not even like you're incentivized to make the choices we all made. Like, it's not like you get a bigger reward or a lesser reward or any reward for any of those choices even. We just kind of happen to pick the same thing, which whenever that happens, like that reminds me of Stanley Parable. It just kind of is indicative of the devs knowing how people are going to react.
A bit of the illusion of choice.
Yeah, which I think that's a very impressive thing when devs can do that.
So, like I said, Bradley, like I agree with Bradley. It was a good game. I came in with much lower expectations, though, simply because it is a Devolver Digital game. And I do not think, I do not find their games to be very fun.
Do you not like Enter the Gungeon?
Nope.
Wow. So
I like
up. Okay.
Wizards of Legend, though. I think
Dungeon's much better.
I feel like I feel like mostly all of Devolver Digital's games. So like big publishers like them, they all have like a certain aesthetic that a game has that they put out. You know, like there's a certain thing that they're known for. I feel like almost all of Devolver Digital's games are very shallow in gameplay. Like, you play a game for the first few minutes, and, like, that's what you are going to get the rest of the time.
You know, I can't even disagree. I feel like they're a very visuals and attitude-based publisher. And that kind of leads to them focusing on that as opposed to the gameplay, maybe. I would need to check a list of their games to...
No. A lot of the games they don't put out aren't bad. It is just purely a me thing. It's not my type of game where... And I'll even say this game follows the same format where once you start playing it, that's what you get the rest of the game a little bit. It has some interesting ways to change it up, but not enough to make me go, oh, shit. Like all of the oh shit moments Austin thought I was going to have playing, I didn't really have.
I feel for Austin in that because I like, oh, let's play this game with a friend, and they don't react the same. It's like,
it's okay. I liked it a lot.
No, you're entitled. You are definitely entitled to your own experience and opinions.
It's good. I think this would be a very good Willer game.
I was gonna personally. Ask, in my limited 10 out of 10 time, recommend. I'm trying to finish some games for Game of the Year. Should I focus on this one?
I would recommend this to my friends. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, despite all the both good and bad things I said about it, I think this is a game where people should check it out. Like, if someone wants a game to play, I'd be like, play Inscryption. It's short and it's good.
Let me say, I'll say positives. Art, great. Music, really good. Overall experience, novel. Like Bradley said, it is unique in like it has this weird escape room vibe to it. It gives you expectations and then doesn't subvert them, which is nice for a gameplay experience. And it is short. It is maybe 10 hours.
Yeah, I think I was like right at 11 or something.
Yeah.
Short game, good.
I would actually very much recommend as a Willer game, but even more so potentially a Joe game.
I feel like it's more of a Joe game than me. Yeah.
No, not potentially. I think they're right even, actually. I think it has things both of y'all would really enjoy.
And that's the thing. I think anybody... I'm not going to say anybody would like this game, but I don't know anybody I know who would dislike it.
People who like games would like it seems like.
Yeah.
If you like the click buttons on a keyboard, you would enjoy this game.
Real quick, Tyler, we skipped over EDF 5. Do you want to give your little piece?
EDF. Me and Willard got beers the other night and we played EDF 5. That's about it.
Which we should do again, because that game is great.
We should. EDF, y'all, EDF is good.
I'll play EDF with y'all. It's just the one that
I was begging, like I really wanted you to be there. You would have completed us.
That one night, I just really was like, I kind of just wanted to be by myself and just play my own game. And
Can we go to Palm Springs?
Can we schedule like a Wednesday EDF at some point? I don't know. I don't have plans till Thursday, so I'm hoping.
I hope you don't have plans until Thursday. I hope you have plans Wednesday.
What's Wednesday?
Wednesday.
I need you to get to Dallas so I can leave Dallas.
Oh, wait. What?
We'll talk about it.
Okay, what's happening?
That literally doesn't make sense. Okay.
Anyways, like after like 2:00 tomorrow, I'm basically free.
Play EDF.
I still have work, so you just do your league thing that you do.
Fair.
EDF's great. The weapons are great. The classes are great. Somehow they're like the missions incentivize us to use strategy, even though like on paper it should not force us to use strategy, but we genuinely are.
How did a developer make a game so like? You know what it is? Who's the guy who makes Metal Gear?
Hideo Kojima.
Kojima played EDF, and he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna make a whole game about the movement in EDF," and that's where Death Stranding came from.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god.
Have you
You
tried
killed it. My
moving as the
boner's
heavy
gone.
tank unit?
Yes.
No,
I've
it's
played
awful.
EDF
I
before.
get you. You just haven't played Death Stranding.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's great. Go play EDF 5. Catch us on the online lobbies. It's Weewer and Zanzuki. We have open rooms. Don't come overpowered. All right, let's move on. What's all tomorrows? I genuinely have never heard these words together.
This is some experimental shit, Bradley read.
I was struggling to figure out how I want to talk about this because it's very bizarre. This is something I encountered. It's a very short book. It's like 100 pages. I even think I know there's a free audiobook version of it on YouTube that's less than 2 hours.
Sold.
The full title is All Tomorrows, A Billion-Year Chronicle of the Myriad Species and Mixed Fortunes of Man.
So it's an anime.
Yeah, this is I think, masterclass in cosmic horror, and the actual genre is speculative evolution. I think the cosmic horror here comes in not just from, aliens from beyond the stars, but the cosmic horror here, I think, is time itself. Because I think it's because of how short human lives are in the grand scheme of things, it's hard for us to really appreciate the power of time. Because think about this, like, when is Nintendo going to make the last Mario game? And it's like, well, obviously there's not going to be a last Mario game. Nintendo's never going to stop making Mario games. But it's like, okay, well, is there going to be people making Mario games 85 million years from now? And you're like, okay, well, I wasn't thinking that far out.
And at the same time, I feel like we're at that point with Smash Brothers, so that's a little creepy.
Yeah.
And then, someone might say, oh, I want to live forever. And it's like, oh, well, forever? What about when the Earth blows up? And they're like, okay, well, obviously people are going to colonize other planets. Yeah, I want to live forever. And you're like, okay, well, what about after every star goes out? And they're like, okay, maybe not forever. And even then going into the past, and everything I'm saying, I think, is part of my discussion for the book. Even going into the past, people might not appreciate how short humans have been here because in an extremely short amount of time, humans themselves have changed from, developing new pigments, new hair colors, new eye colors. Even being able to, like, eat dairy is extremely new. I think, like, a very small portion, like, not small, but not everybody in the world can eat dairy because it's a very new evolution
in the world where they cannot eat dairy.
Yeah. So essentially, a lot of this book is kind of dealing with, like, humans change all the time. Evolution is still going. People are a lot bigger than they were even just a few thousand years ago. So, like, what do we look like in millions of years? That's kind of what the genre is about. And how are humans and our experience going to change?
And is that the picture that you shared with us? Are these humans?
I'm going to get to that part. So okay. I'm going to spoil, like, the first 5% of the book to you guys. And then I'll give my general thoughts on the book, and then I'll have a tiny little complete spoiler section at the end, which I really only need a minute or two for.
Sure.
Because this is a very short book. It's like a 2-hour book. But essentially the book begins with current day, humans colonize Mars, and the first steps on Mars are not taken by astronauts, but by happy children on lush green grass, because humanity kind of united. Finally, under one world government, we worked hard, we terraformed Mars, and life is kind of good. There's a united human race on Mars and Earth. But then, thousands of years turn into maybe tens of thousands of years, turn into maybe hundreds of thousands of years, and Mars isn't the same as Earth, and Martians change a little bit. Maybe their limbs get longer, maybe they get a little bit taller because there's less gravity, and over time, physical differences might turn into the kind of racial divides you might see on Earth. It's really hard for a human to connect with someone from another planet who looks nothing like them, and eventually war breaks out, billions of humans and Martians die, and then they decide, hey, we don't want this to be the end of humanity, and they do something that kind of changes the course of humanity forever. Something they have had the technology for a very, very long time, but didn't do for ethical reasons, is like being able to manipulate DNA. Like and this is something that's talked about in real life. It's called transhumanism, where if we gained the ability to manually evolve our species, like make it so humans are just immune to cancer, should we do it? Would that make us still human? Would that make us something else? Who really knows? And so what they propose after this Mars Earth war is they modify everyone into a singular species that is kind of adapted to live on any kind of planet, so they won't necessarily have to worry about their biology changing again. They're just sturdier, smarter, all around better. And some of the reasons they didn't do this sooner were, one, and this is getting into why I think the book is genius. It gets into a lot of common and real world topics without explicitly talking about them, because what has happened here is the humanity kind of all agreed that ethically they didn't want to change their species permanently, and they also didn't want to have to change their species so everyone is exactly the same for them to get along. Because you look at the European Union, there's a lot of immigrants coming in, and white supremacists and stuff will be like, oh well, more racially homogenous countries have lower crime, and the idea is, okay, whether that's true or not, we should try to make this a good place to live for everybody. It doesn't matter if we're homogenous. And so this is something humanity was opposed to until after this war that killed so many people. And I think it also ends up touching on, like, what rights or morals do people give up during war times? Because that happens all the time. The U.S. government does it. They'll invade our privacy during war times and then don't rescind it after we leave war. So that's the first couple percents of the book. That accounts for maybe, over the course of this book, which is phrased as a history book, that accounts for about 0.1% of human history. All of that. What happens after this is humanity, they've changed themselves into this new species, and they want to start colonizing the galaxy. So what they do is they send out ships with, like, robots that will land on a planet, terraform it so it can sustain human life. Then it'll grow humans, and then hopefully within a couple 10,000 years, those humans will invent all this technology, and then they eventually go out to the stars and they meet up with all the other human civilizations. And through this strategy, basically humans colonize the entire galaxy. There's a galactic empire, super cool. And apparently
lots of death.
Yeah. Apparently it's so utopic that there's trillions of human lives, and even the worst off people live better than in the best countries on Earth today. So basically, it's like triumph for humanity. Everything is great. And I think where the story really starts is humans kind of looked at the galaxy. They colonized the whole thing, and they never, ever, ever found intelligent life anywhere else.
Wow.
And religion kind of starts resurfacing all over the galaxy because they're like, okay, how is there no other intelligent life?
It's hard to disprove religion when you've proved that you're the only ones.
Yeah, like, they are legitimately like, we have never, ever in all these hundreds of thousands of years seen any other intelligent life. And then suddenly they notice on one planet, millions of light years from Earth, this planet has some little animals on it, but the animals on this planet have, like, copper skeletons and usually 3 limbs. But what they find is an animal with calcium bones and 4 limbs, like you might find on Earth. And they investigate it, and they're like, no, literally, this is a dinosaur that went extinct millions of years ago on Earth. Why is it on this planet? Is there something else out here in the galaxy that is able to move things this far? And that's when, around that discovery, humanity encounters the first other alien species, the first other intelligent life, and it is the most significant event in human history. This species is called the Q, They're described as a godlike alien species, more advanced than humans, kind of standard fare for sci-fi. They themselves are basically on a religious mission to spread throughout the universe, and their strong suit is genetic manipulation, and they believe they know what is best for the galaxy, and they will manipulate any species they come across according to their whims. And essentially what they do over the course of only 1,000 years, it took hundreds of thousands of years for humans to colonize this galaxy, and I know I sound ridiculous while I'm describing all this.
No, keep going. I'm so in it.
It took hundreds of thousands of years for humans to evolve, advance, colonize the galaxy, make perfect lives for everyone living in it, and in only 1,000 years, the Q completely destroyed all of humanity and subjugated the survivors. And then for 40 million years, Jesus, which is over thousands of times longer than humanity has even existed at this point, they ruled over and tortured humanity. And that section coming after that is the majority of the book. Essentially, they make a bunch of human subspecies, which in the midcast chat I sent some of those to you guys.
Those guys are lit.
They have different uses for different humans. They use some of them as tools, some of them as experiments. Some of them, they engineer some humans to be smarter. They engineer some humans to terraform planets for them. They might engineer some humans so they can only feel pain. They engineer some that can only feel pleasure. They do all kinds of things. And there's only one human planet that was really able to fight back against the Q, but they eventually died too, and the Q kind of gave them the worst fate. They're basically the ones whose lives are just suffering. And most of the book is phrased as kind of a history book and a zoology book, detailing all of these different species and just these remnants of humanity and what their lives were like. And it's very sad and it can be very brutal, but it actually is kind of sweet because you'll see these remnants of humanity who are deformed or they can't even recognize their own species, but humanity kind of lives on with them. It goes through millions of years, and of course even these species that are created change, but you see elements of humanity rise up again. They write music and they paint pictures and they make art and they have schools and they have fairy tales and they play video games and they go to sporting events and they sit around the fire and listen to the radio, and it's actually really kind of touching. And this is kind of where I'll get into the super late spoilers if anyone did want to listen to this. Mm-hmm. But this is another thing that I heard an analysis on it before I even read the book.
Classic
but if someone,
Bradley.
Yeah, if someone for some reason didn't want to hear the very end, you can just look at the timestamps and go to the next subject. The book ends with the author of this fictional textbook saying, okay, that was 1 billion years of human history. Essentially, their history ends with humans, these subhuman species, eventually advance enough to where they can colonize the galaxy again. They rediscover Earth. They learned about their lost history. They discover the lost history of what the Q did to them, turning humans into these horrible monsters. They advance further. They find the Q. They destroy the Q and beat them and humiliate them because, let's be real, that's humanity. We want revenge.
Fuck them.
And I think there's actually a big theme of that is I think that is the whole theme of the book is what is humanity. The author of the book says that was 1 billion years of human history. That being said, at the time of writing, humans and all of their descendants have all been extinct for over 1 billion years. And everything in here is just what we have been able to determine about their existence from combing through that galaxy. Everything's pretty accurate, but obviously there's a lot of stuff we probably don't know, which is kind of a big hit. You've been reading all this stuff, and it's like, oh my god, humans end up going extinct anyway. Mm-hmm. And the author kind of closes the book by kind of giving his thoughts on what it meant to be human. The author, being non-human, but having seen human history, giving his thoughts on what he thought it meant to be human, and it's really sweet. I think he just kind of goes on about like the inventions humans make and the songs they write and the pains they go through, and even their revenge against the Q. He's like, even for a species we'll never meet, I think that sounds very, very human-like. And I don't know. It's a very strange book.
Bradley, as you were going through this, I'm like, you find the weirdest shit. I don't know how you find this.
It's the book was written by a guy named C.M. Kozman in 2006. It is the weirdest thing you will ever read.
There's two things that I have to comment about this.
Yes.
Do it.
One, from your description alone, I haven't even read this, but it makes me wish that a detail would have been that you had mentioned is they mentioned several human things throughout the reading of it that we can relate to that are intentionally wrong. That way, like, it does that little drip feed for the twist ending there at the end. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like stuff where it's like, this is a human thing, and you're like, not really, and that's to show that like they got their history a little wrong.
Yeah, and it's only stuff we would know, but obviously because it's so sci-fi, we wouldn't know everything. Anyway, secondly, to talk about like the human experience, I read something that kind of like coexists with this like mind experiment. And it's talking about there's a large group of zoologists that, on the very skeptical side of things, believe that orangutans have the ability to speak. And that they are fully, like, capable of communicating thought. They can talk normally and everything.
Now pause. But they're just choosing not to?
They intentionally choose not to because if the humans knew orangutans could speak, they would enslave them.
Okay, so they're cool with just being toys at a zoo instead?
Monkeys.
Yep.
Yeah. Imagine being a dog. You just get fed all the time.
Better than being a part of the human existence, potentially.
Yeah.
Hey, if any orangutans are listening, come on, just come out. We won't.
If you're an orangutan, leave a comment and a like.
Bradley, that's such a fascinating story you just described to us.
I want to try to give a more satisfying wrap up. I know that was extremely long-winded and all over the place. I don't want anyone to feel like I just ruined the experience of the book and there's no reason to read it now, because I actually covered a very small amount of it.
How?
Because this is a billion-year chronicle of the Myriad.
It's 2 hours, literally. How?
Yeah.
Bradley, are you gonna do the audiobook for this?
Maybe. But I think if I had to sum up what really astounded me about the book is the first time through, it just kind of felt like, reading a really interesting fictional textbook by someone with a very different brain than me. But then on the second read through, I just grew to appreciate all the topics it touches on without explicitly calling them out. Like, for example, in reading about the Q, and a lot of people feel this way just from what I've read in online communities or whatever, people feel very violated by this fictional alien race, the Q, because it's just like, oh my god, they stole mankind's.
It feels bad, right? To steal the humanity of another. Wow. What a fucking thought.
It's just like, they stole the destiny of mankind, and if mankind fought back, they got punished. But then I think the most on the nose metaphor in this book is like, are humans the Q? Because we've deliberately, bred chickens that are so fat their own guts crush each other. Or, we've bred dogs that legitimately have respiratory issues. Or, we've bred Great Danes that have half the life of other dogs because their guts are too big and they get misplaced. We've bred cows that can't stand up because they get too fat eventually. So I think that's probably the most on-the-nose metaphor. But I think there's a lot of that in this book. And I thought it was really cool.
That's really I'm happy you shared that. Are the tomorrows referencing to those super late humans? Like, what's a tomorrow and why are they all of them?
Yeah, so all tomorrows itself, I I think on the surface level, it's just supposed to be like, hey, this book's called All Tomorrows. It's supposed to show you what the future is going to be like.
Every future like leads
the
to
phrase All
humanity.
Tomorrows is actually a reference to the closing paragraph of the book. That's by the fictional author, saying like, hey, you know, all these human species, you know, they thought whatever they were doing was the most important thing at the time, and humans get existential. They get worried that like, oh, what's the point if humans are going to go extinct eventually anyway? But it's like, no, humanity went on because of normal people living their everyday lives and singing songs and watching TV and making podcasts and shit like that. That's why humanity did what it did. And so, you know what? And the final phrase of the book is love today and seize all tomorrows. And I don't know.
Woo! Bradley, I'm glad you made this a full topic, because at first I was like, I don't know what this is, so it's going to go on Free Talk, and that would not have done it justice.
I know.
To be honest.
I still feel like I didn't do it justice, but yeah, I don't know. It's I thought it was so bizarre that it had to be a topic, because even if someone isn't interested in reading it, hearing about it is like, that is a thing that exists. Wow.
It's not on the same level, and I don't know where I'm going to be in the future. But Bradley, you'd mean a lot to me if you played 13 Sentinels with me, because the theme of humanity and kind of their will and how they live on is a really good theme, and I like that theme.
All you had to say right there.
That's all I'll say. I don't want to get into anything else. Joe might know some things.
Sentinels, and there's 13 of them. Aliens.
Apparently, I'm cutting out a lot. I'm sorry if that's...
I left them all on 13 Sentinels.
You should make sure your microphone isn't your headset plugged in.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be, because if I press the mute button...
I think it's a network connection issue, not a Willer issue.
Okay, well, I can try and fix that.
So hold on, test. I just muted myself through my microphone.
I can't hear you now.
Right, okay, cool.
So it is that. I lowered the bandwidth a little bit.
I think it's an internet connection thing.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to break, or do you want to roll into Encanto? Because I'm going to go pee while you Encanto regardless.
Okay, no, let's pee first.
All right. Quick 3-minute break.
Yeah. These ones are... Willer's a ruined haunter.
Bradley's been finding us all tomorrows. I'll try to somehow include these in the description. Also, they're not called tomorrows.
They're not.
Why am I fucking Bert? Or is that Ernie?
They are called, I think they're called post-humans.
Christ, that's such a horrifying word. Don't ever say that word to me again. All right. What do we have left? I lost my
what do we got?
track. I think we were going to do Encanto next.
Encanto!
So who has seen this?
I have not. So do it spoiler free, and then I'll step out, and then you guys can talk about it.
Spoiler free.
Yeah.
Is this the next in line of what if blank had emotions? Like they did emotions had emotions, and Italians have emotions, and now Mexicans?
Willer's not wrong, Bradley.
I think he is. I don't know. No, this isn't if blank had emotions at all.
This movie is what if grandmas had emotions.
No, it can't happen.
Well, I didn't know you were making a joke.
Yeah, this is all jokes. Please go on.
No, you know, I don't want to say too much about the movie, because even saying the premise could potentially spoil someone on it. Though then again, if like you get the premise in the first 10 minutes, doesn't
then let me tell you what I know about it.
Okay, yeah.
This is a My Hero Academia. Everyone has magic except one person.
Yes, and because of that, I was fully prepared
Pause.
to hate the movie.
Why is everyone saying yes and Tyler's shaking his head?
It is...
Anyways, go on.
Everyone is special except the main character who doesn't have a power. That's the point.
No!
Yes, that is literally the premise.
Literally... Okay.
What movie did you watch?
Fight.
Okay. In My Hero Academia, after the first 3 episodes, the one character who isn't special gets a power, which is what the rest of the fucking show is about.
Sir,
Okay,
your
enough,
mic is very loud right now, first of all.
Okay.
Second of all,
Tyler
I
is
get
correct.
it. You're right. Okay. And then it's more like Black Clover. Okay, is
Now-
that better?
No, stop comparing it to these animes.
What
It's
I'm gonna
not.
say.
You're
is,
telling me? You're telling me? Sorry, go on.
What I'm gonna say is, person who doesn't have powers in a setting where everyone else has powers is I was fully prepared to hate the movie because that is a setup that has been done so many times and there's so many cliches associated with it, and I was ready for any of those cliches to happen.
Aside
And,
from isekai, this is the second like cliche right now, right?
And you know, I'm not gonna say it didn't do any of the cliches. However, I think I think overall it went a direction I hadn't necessarily seen done before. I was very satisfied with it.
Here's the thing about cliches, right? They're not inherently bad. It just depends if you play them out in a way where people are tired of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, this movie had that going against me the first like 10 to 15 minutes, and by the end I was like, "Oh my god, that was amazing." And that's just the storytelling. That's not even counting. I thought the soundtrack was pretty god tier. Visually very stunning movie. And dude, I was watching it with my family, and you know, this is a very family focused movie, and we all cried a few times.
Hey.
God damn. So I don't know. That's my non-spoiler take on it, I guess. I think
Damn. I got zero
this-
impression.
this is I think for me my favorite Disney movie in a while.
Oh,
and
that's
I
good
think
to
it is a
hear.
must-watch.
That's actually good to hear because they've
like-
been on a down slump, IMO.
My thought leaving the theater was like, this is probably my favorite theatrical release from core Disney since Tangled, because Pixar knocks it out of the park all the time. let's be real.
They're godlike, yeah.
But like, it was my favorite core Disney release since probably Tangled, which was quite a while ago. I really enjoy this movie.
Joe and Tyler, do you have spoiler-free reviews?
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So, I'm going to say this. I agree with Bradley that the movie had really good music. This is
Yeah.
probably the top budget Disney has spent on music in a while.
Fucking incredible.
And with the visual style of the movie, they were able to resurface the same type of vibe that you get in really early Disneycals.
Jellicle
New
cats.
word.
Yeah, new
Disney
word. New
musicals. Where like if you remember in early Disney movies that are all about music, like Beauty and the Beast, like comes to mind, Hercules, where they
Cinderella.
have
You
these
mean Hercules.
songs. They have these songs and these over the top visuals that are extremely unrealistic with them, just to like have like a movie, like a music video type vibe to it.
Honestly, it's like fill time.
It does, but
You
it's
don't,
like
you don't have to do writing when there's a song going on.
But like, here's another example. Like with it in Moana, kind of the only song that has that same vibe with it is "You're Welcome," where it's not like really in the world.
What about
a little bit?
what about the crab villain song? Where the
That's
crab...
all in the cave.
That's
It
all in
takes
the
place
cave.
all in the cave.
Oh, you're saying it's a
little
song
crab
that like
what?
you're saying it's like a
It
song
takes
that
the
breaks
characters
canon.
out of the world
Like
to
a
highlight the lyrics of the music.
Almost fourth wall breaking song.
No,
Oh, okay.
no, it just takes the characters out of the world they're currently in.
He's
Now-
saying that like they don't interact with the actual physical space they're in. It's more of a mental image that's going on.
Some of them,
Yeah.
but it's good. It's good. I like it. That being said, I am going to disagree and am on the opposite end of everything else Bradley just said.
Damn.
So let me tell you right now. Only 7 people have powers out of the maybe 20 or 30
Yeah.
characters that are highlighted. Only 7 of them
Aren't
have
they
powers.
all in the same family and the main
That's
character's
the thing.
part of the
Only
family?
4 bloodline family has powers.
Okay, but the main
Except for
character doesn't.
one.
That's
Yeah, the
still
main
a My
character-
Hero. Oh, you know what?
That counts.
No,
No, okay. I
because
see
we
what Tyler's
highlight-
saying.
We highlight husbands who don't have powers, grandmothers who don't have powers. Like, there are other characters in the family that don't have powers, except for our main character that we follow.
You know what? So because
core blood family member that does not.
Because the My Hero comparison is wrong, because 80% of the entire world has powers in My Hero, so I'll give you that one.
These are the only people that exist with powers.
Gotcha.
And that's a major plot point. So, I walked away from the theater thinking that this was a movie that could have been explained. Like, my entire takeaway from the story was this could have been an email of a movie.
What?
Like, you ever go to a meeting and you go, that could have just been an email, and they wasted 30 minutes to an hour of your time?
Yeah.
You know, so here's the thing. Tyler
That was
right.
this movie.
This movie is a movie that can be solved with a conversation. However, unlike most movies with that quality, I think it is understandable why that conversation doesn't just happen.
We are talking about the just talk trope, where everything would be solved if we just had a talk about it.
Yeah.
However, just talk is avoided by having characters whose personalities make it such that they won't just talk because they're so counter.
Like part of the conflict is like talking about these things has like even mentioning these things like kind of has like scary ramifications for their way of life and their family and stuff like that.
This is the most realistic movie I've seen of why these conversations are not talked about.
Yeah.
So wait,
Everyone's
you brought that up like such a problem, and now you're like,
I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it.
but you understand? This is the most Tyler bullshit ever. You hate it, but you understand where it's coming from?
Yes. Why is that a bad thing?
That is a bad thing.
Why is that a bad thing to understand and hate it? That's the most reasonable thing. I know why I hate it.
No, you are an insane person. Here's a bad thing.
Just because you understand everything doesn't mean you have to like everything just because you understand it. I understand it and know why I hate it.
No, here's the thing. If you were complaining about it doesn't make sense for the characters to not have this conversation, I could be with you.
No,
I would like, but if you're saying like it makes sense that these characters don't have this conversation, then what's the problem? Humans are fucked up.
I don't like it as a story. That's it. I just think it's very lackluster.
Tyler has very specific tropes he does not like. If he does not like it, even if they're done well, we'll hate it. That's how he operates.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's just I think the climax of the movie is some weak ass shit.
Well, that's a Disney special, baby.
It's some very Bradley, you like this movie so much. I listened to the soundtrack to this movie. Like I said, it has some really good stuff about it.
I bought the soundtrack.
Ooh. Disney gets enough money. I use Spotify, but Disney gets enough money.
They're still getting money, bitch. It's streaming dollars, whatever.
Yeah, but it's like pennies and cents, whatever.
Yeah.
I really fucking hate the story, man. Like, I even went back and I came to new realizations about plot holes that I missed about certain things. Or like, I even tried to find another attachment to the ending and like the overall meaning. And I'm still like, yeah, I still don't like it. Like, I just don't like this.
And that's why Joe and Willa got to watch it, so we know what's up.
I'll let you know December 24th.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it again.
Joe, if we live close to each other, we can do these things together. We can watch movies. No? Yeah. Did you just say no? Did you just reject me? Okay.
Yeah.
I would
just not until January.
I would never reject Willer unless I know he's going to beat my ass in something.
Yeah. I'll beat your ass in these quote retweets. I need to watch this I need to watch this and Luca. I think those are in my Disney to watch list right now.
say?
Luca,
What do you need to watch?
Luca's not Disney, I think. So
It's
whatever.
Pixar. It's Pixar. I haven't seen Luca yet either.
I hear
haven't
it's
seen
what
Luca.
if Italians had feelings. So I do want to see what that's like.
And dude, that's like this very human experience thing that Disney's getting into. I'm like, yo, save this for your live action shit. Get it out of my magic.
No,
No.
don't have any live action shit. Put it explicitly in the animated shit.
No,
Because
I want
we
magic
need-
and stuff.
Children need to learn about their emotions before they actually get
kids need to suffer.
Yeah. Kids need to have pain.
I want them to be traumatized by some little toaster shit again.
So you want
Yes.
this? You're so inconsistent, Tyler.
No, nothing in these new Disney shit will traumatize kids.
So one more thing I want to say about the movie.
I need more positivity from Bradley.
This is a visual thing, and I wouldn't bring up this particular visual unless, like, I heard other people in the theater bringing it up on my way out, and even my brother who
Works,
like,
in that industry.
whatever. Well, he worked on this movie. So,
Well, there you fucking go.
But like he said, yeah, that was us kind of flexing a little bit. During one particular song, there's this like shot where it swings around one of the characters, and like you can see like each individual like hair on the back of her neck. And I know it might not sound super cool when I describe it that way, but like when we left the theater, there were people like, "Oh my god, like technology has come so far."
I agree with Bradley. I support that. That dude, the characters in this show are so fucking good. Like so we went and saw Raya. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they look good.
Have
we
you
went and
seen
saw
Raya, Bradley? I don't remember.
No, I haven't, because the movie came out and I wanted to fucking watch it.
And then
even though
Epidemic
you pay
happened.
for even though you pay for Disney Plus, they make you pay extra movie to watch the fucking movie.
It's free now.
Yeah, now. But I'm
Like,
bored now.
Raya and this movie
Raya
look
sucks.
leagues apart in terms of like visual aesthetic. Like, this movie looks like it was made 5 years after
Raya looked good. Well, it fucking what?
No, this movie looks really good. Like,
Hey, side note, Tyler, do you ever feel stifled that you can't complain about visual effects because of your relationship status? Like, is that a thing you have to worry about? Because we're gonna get into it.
I literally posted like the Crunchyroll why this anime is bad.
That's beyond visual effects. To be fair, now that's including visual effects.
But at the same
I'm
time,
just curious
it-
because
it's not-
Tyler's partner works on Disney films, and I'm about to
No. She works on Marvel specific.
Marvel films, and I'm about to trash on a Marvel film in
That's
about
fine.
15
I
minutes.
just have like, I will say I have the most monkey brain when it comes to what things look like. Like, I've never worked.
Incredibly dumb, Tyler. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, so like in terms of game development, I've done a little bit of programming stuff. I'm not the best, but I can very much understand more of the computer science side of programming than I can the art, lighting, surfacing.
And I guess that extends to
ripping
movies
things
sometimes.
apart. Yeah, that like I don't understand how art pipeline works at all.
Oh, no one does. Bradley, what else do you have about this movie before we
Yeah.
wrap it up?
And this might be something a little more unique. I think this is the best curly hair has ever looked in an animated film.
Yes.
Like the visuals and like the physics of it are incredible, and it's something I notice a lot, and it's something that like matters to me and my family, and like to Emmy, all people with naturally curly hair. I like it when it looks like it was done right, and this like putting Brave next to this movie, it's like, ugh, what were they doing?
Really?
It's like
Yeah.
even at the time, Brave was like lauded for like the animators spent countless hours.
Well, that's
like,
just the beauty of technology. It just always gets better. Like, even
Are
if
you
you thought
thinking
we
about the
reached the
husband,
high.
Bradley?
yeah, like dude, I'm thinking about all the characters, but yeah, especially the husband. Like, I think the hair in this movie clearly had a lot of man hours put into it, and it looks incredible.
Thank you, Bradley. Now I want to go watch this movie again for the music and looks alone.
No, man.
Also,
4 days.
Stephanie Beatriz is the main lead character's voice actress, and I think that's phenomenal.
Who's that? Oh, that's the girl from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah, she's the main character.
He does a great job.
Pog.
She does.
Everyone will watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That show's fantastic.
The show has good representation, and I had to figure out why like people were talking about representation in this movie. I was like, I mean, Coco came out recently. That's a very Hispanic.
I need to watch I need to watch Coco.
Coco was also fucking great.
To get y'all's perspective once again, last podcast I had watched Inside Out for the first time, so bear with me. I'm very slow. I don't have people who want to watch the same movies as me. I move slow, okay?
Yeah. But the significance, I think, in representation in this movie was mixed Hispanic races, specifically like mixed African American and Hispanic race.
It's
like like how well it was represented. And like all Central American cultures, I guess.
We're about 5 years out. We're about 5 years out from the Brazilian soccer movie.
That's the thing. It takes place in Colombia, but Coco. It does.
Okay, cool. I didn't know
Coco, was all one Mexican family, but obviously this family, people marry in. And so, yeah, you do get to see, like, representation of these other countries and cultures, which I think is really cool. Obviously, I don't belong to any of those, so I can't say how accurate or perceived they were, but
I don't either.
It came across to me as very cool that they even did it in the first place.
This is giving me Duchamp vibes, and I just have the worm wild bow brain rot.
Let's go.
So
I'm gonna say this very similar to the last Disney movie we saw. I'm not there for the story again.
Okay, hold on. But that sucks because old Disney films still had pretty solid stories.
It's
Aladdin, Lion King.
It is adult Tyler. That's it.
But adult Tyler, I think could still appreciate those old Disney movies plot line. I might be off base. Nostalgia is a horrible thing.
Adult Tyler is cynical, and child Tyler never liked animated Disney movies. So Lion King, Hercules, Cinderella, all those.
Hey, let's speak about teenage Tyler specifically as we talk about Big Mouth before we go into our big final.
It's not our final one. It's not our final one.
Big Mouth is not the final, but it's leading up to it.
Ultimate.
I've watched some of Big Mouth season 5. I reluctantly appreciate Big Mouth a lot. But Tyler loves Big Mouth.
I have a disclaimer. I feel awkward about all the children nudity in this series. It always makes me feel uncomfortable.
I'm so glad you led with that. Thank you.
I have to have that disclaimer.
There's a lot of it.
Yes, but there's also adult nudity in it, so it's like everybody's nude in this not real thing.
Yeah.
So that being said, the writing in this show hits so much of what I experienced as a preteen and teenage child, and just everything in my small little white suburban town that I had to go through. Even when they talk about, like, from the point of view of people who aren't the white kids, the black kids, the Hispanic kids, the Indian kid named Jay.
Jay's Indian? How did I not pick up on that?
I don't know his specific, but his last name is Deltarune.
I feel like he's Hispanic. Anyways, to your point, Missy and the other black kid, the boy, are they get interesting different plot lines. Joe just tilted his head like he's judging me.
Dude, like I think this is the last season, so I think it's worth talking about. If this is the last season, it would be a good place to wrap it up and just be like, yo, that was a fun stint that we did.
No way.
It's 5 seasons, dog. They got away with 5 seasons of this shit.
This is going to sit like, if it was the last season, we would have heard it, but about it by now. It would have been posted on Slack by now, or like our Discord chat. He's looking it up now.
Season 5 was really good. There have been some lull seasons, but the writing in season 5 made Jay become my favorite character.
Okay.
Because Jay has the most character development.
That's kind of bullshit because I feel like, and you know what the beauty of this podcast is? When we're 80 and dying, we're going to look back on this podcast and see our recorded opinions on things, okay?
We will go, what the fuck are we talking about?
I'm going to go like I was always brilliant. I just didn't prove it to the world yet. The thing is, you have always loved Jay as your favorite character. And I have video proof that you have always loved Jay. So I don't know where this is coming from, where Jay suddenly became your favorite character.
Here's the thing.
Joe knows I'm right, too.
I grew up with Jay. Like, that was a kid that I've known since I was like 4 years old. No, I'm not. Like, I know that kid who's gone.
He's Matthew XJ. He's like a cross.
And it's great because Matthew and Jay get together in the 5th season.
Wait, that's a spoiler. I'm not that far in.
I did spoil it for you because you made a great point.
That's okay.
The kid that doesn't have emotions.
The kid who can't read social cues? That's Joe. Yeah, all the way.
Middle school.
Yeah. He's genuinely the best. Like, every time Caleb speaks, the world smiles.
I want to be the sexy monster.
Yes. Like,
actually, Bradley is genuinely the hormone monster. He's so horny all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta watch it, man.
So they got to step away from like every episode's a musical number in this season. Really great
Season
idea.
4 suffered a little bit from that.
But in this season, they use all the monsters all the time as much as they can. There's no like overarching plot about like Tito the anxiety mosquito or the shame wizard. They are all interconnected now all of the time.
Including the new monster, which is the love bug. I think they might be overusing the monsters, but also that is the show. So I think that's a bad critique on my part.
So that is something I like because in this season they really do a good job about making the monsters less sure about their ideas and the things they want the kids to do. And it very much really shows how these monsters are an inner monologue that the kids have with themselves as they come to discover things as they go through puberty.
That's so... Okay, hold on. Isn't that inconsistent? Because, like, say Marty, right? That's the main hormone monster. Maury. He has more experience than Andrew, so how can he be an inner monologue when he's talking about stuff that Andrew has not even ever thought about? I feel like that's inconsistent.
He's Andrew's monster, and he's what is that kid that we just named?
Matthew.
He's also Matthew's monster, and he talks with them both differently. Yes, he's still Maury, and that's the type of hormones that they have, but
they're two different people.
They're two different people, and the advice he gives them is very similar and aggressive. But
I understand what Tyler's saying.
Go on.
So, like, for example, there's a moment where the female hormone monster...
Who's the best character? Connie.
Yes, Connie is with the redhead. I can't even remember all the names right now. I'm so scattered right now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Fuck. She's the best. She's the other best character. The girl. What's the girl's name? Come on. Someone's got to come through. Jessie. Yeah, Jessie. So she's Jessie's hormone monster, and Jessie also gets a love bug. And it's all about Jessie discovering that she might be bi, which she struggles with because her family was torn apart about her mother coming out as being a lesbian. And so she's very conflicted about being bi, but she becomes even more conflicted when she falls in love with her new female best friend.
Is this show good?
Yes. And the entire time,
he's not wrong. This show's kind of good.
I know. I like that dynamic you just described.
Connie is giving her very conflicting advice, and it's like Connie's like, "Yo, jump her bones," and the love bug is like, "Yo, hold up," but like she's your best friend. Isn't that great in itself? And Connie's like, "Oh, she's right. She is. You don't want to make things weird," but she's like, "But what if things aren't weird? You can have sex and things not be weird." And the love bug is like, "I don't know." And so it's just such a great monologue of
everything Tyler's saying is true. I just choked on the fact that, like, look at the effort this man puts into Big Mouth. Out of every topic we discuss, we talk about One Piece every 3 weeks, and he will just come with a hot take like Ace is still alive, and we get this. Like, this is the full power of Tyler Padgett. He just doesn't let us get to see it.
Zachary Quinto is in this show.
I don't. Who cares?
What?
He's got big eyebrows. Who cares?
Wait, that's the character he plays. Is Aiden the kid with big eyebrows?
No. I hate the state of this podcast right now. Tyler puts so much effort into Big Mouth that it makes me fucking choke laughing sometimes.
You know what?
Now, to be fair to Big Mouth, it has enough substance to where I will allow it. Genuinely.
It has enough disgust into it to absolutely repel most people who want to watch it as well.
It's like the art style's ugly enough to put people off, but genuinely there's good writing in Big Mouth.
The budget is not in the art. It is all about Jordan Peele being a guest actor every other episode.
Yeah. And the most... you know what? Duke had one good episode where they go over Black history, and Pride, and that was a good episode with Duke.
Yeah, dude, the cast of this show alone, Nick Kroll and John Mulaney are obviously the ones who put it together, but Maya Rudolph, Jason Mantzoukas, Jesse Klein, Jenny Slate, Jordan Peele, Fred Armisen.
Who's Jenny Slate?
She is Money Please.
No, who's Jenny Slate in the show?
She plays Missy. Oh my god.
Oh, that's old Missy before she got...
Missy.
Yeah, okay.
David Thewlis from Whose Line Is It Anyway? Kat Dennings, Brandon Goodman, Chelsea Peretti.
Willer hates Kat Dennings.
Wait, what? This is new lore?
Kiki Palmer?
Wait, why do I hate Kat Dennings? Am I racist? What's happening?
Wait, I'm thinking of something else.
You're thinking of Taika Waititi because he gets too much pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach Galifianakis is in this show. Kristen Bell.
Wait, who?
All these people are in Big Mouth, Willer.
No, who's Kristen Bell?
She plays Pam. I don't know who the fuck that is.
The pillow Jay has sexual relationships with.
Yes!
Shut the fuck up!
Paul Scheer is in this show.
I love Kristen Bell. I can't believe Jay's fucking Kristen Bell's pillow face.
John Oliver's in this show. All the budget goes into the voice
Isn't John
actors.
Oliver the shame wizard?
No! David Thewlis from Whose Line Is It Anyway is the shame wizard.
Oh my god. Anyways, Bradley would really like this show. I think that's what we've been building up for we've talked about this show 3 times, and the takeaway is Bradley loves to waste his time with Victorious third rewatch.
Yeah.
Watch this instead. You'll actually like it.
And see, the thing is, one time when we were at Willer's, we played a few episodes, and I was actually laughing my ass off. The show's fucking funny.
It is. It is funny for sure.
But dude, I don't want to look. I don't like the art style, man.
They're so ugly.
So let me tell you this, Bradley. Let me say this. Say this, okay? I had a disclaimer at the very beginning of this, and it's about how I am uncomfortable with all the child nudity in it and adult nudity. What if that's a part of the overarching plot of the show where as we go through puberty, a lot of kids are uncomfortable with their own bodies and the idea of being comfortable with adult bodies?
Well, that's episode 3 of season 5, ladies and gentlemen.
And that is a really cool dynamic.
No, this show genuinely tries.
If there is a good way to view the art style, I think it is through that lens. Mm-hmm. And the show even gets bonus points in my mind for you pointing out that dynamic. It doesn't change the fact I don't want to look at it.
It's not good to look at, and even watching a lot of the background stuff, a lot of the background characters in a lot of the scenes have the Family Guy face or the Simpsons face where they just stand there and look straight on.
There's not a lot of visual gags other than the few visual gags that involve nudity.
I'll have to audio book it.
Yeah, it's
penis that tall.
Yeah, I think I just have to force Bradley to sit down and watch it with us again.
Bradley, in a day where you're bored, just throw it out in the background.
Whenever it's boys' weekend, when it's boys' weekend, I'll watch whatever the fuck y'all want.
It's a boof. It's a boof and boys weekend.
That is 2 weekends from now. We are gonna do the Game of the Year podcast.
Thank God.
I really need
I'll
y'all
watch Big
in my
Mouth
life.
with y'all all boys' weekend.
Is that 2 or 3 weeks? I really needed it to be
3.
2. Oh my fucking god, Lola.
Lola.
Willer, can I come in early-ish Friday that weekend?
Yeah, I'll take the day off.
because I
have
had
a
that
lot
day
of
off.
I have a lot of
Welcome
days
to our
off, I think.
scheduling part of the talk.
Yeah, sorry.
Hey.
Okay, final talk, boys.
Oh.
No, Zach, it's a final talk.
Oh.
Huh? Wait, what?
Oh.
There was something before this because I wanted to switch it up.
What was it?
This is
This is everything.
This is everything.
No,
We did
there was
Encanto and Big Mouth, and now we
Move
have
Inside Job up because you didn't want to talk about Inside Job before.
Yeah. Okay.
we've been through so much tonight,
Okay.
gentlemen.
Yeah. So we are at the end.
Spider-Man: No Way Home is the most recent Spider-Man
One of the
film.
most anticipated movies. I was gonna say of the year, but probably of the past few years.
Came out Thursday. Some people in this chat have already seen it multiple times.
Damn.
Not by my choice.
What do you mean? You always have a choice. I watched this movie yesterday. It's safe to say this is the biggest deal since Endgame. It's not quite at the Endgame level, though some people do say it's Endgame level.
That's exactly where I'm at. I think this is the best MCU movie since Endgame.
Bradley,
But it's
Bradley!
not Endgame.
you've seen 2 out of the 3 movies. So that is 3 movies you're comparing it to. So that's not
I
really
know.
high praise.
But no, you know what? Here's a better way to say it. It's in my top 5 MCU movies, maybe even top 3.
We're gonna get to that. We have our bonus question of the day, and it, spoiler alert, it might relate to that. Okay.
It's fucking good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we're not gonna bother being spoiler free because everything is a spoiler.
This is a spoiler cast right now for Spider-Man.
Yeah.
We all
If
like
you have
it.
yeah.
Let me just
If you
say
have
that we
favorite
all like this film. Go watch it. Come back to this video. Okay, let's start. Who wants to start this? Joe, do you want to start?
I am very upset about this movie
Oh my god.
Poggers. I want this controversy.
because I really like the one of the big things I like about Spider-Man is, and like if we discussed this a bit in our chat with Discord, is the friendly neighborhood part of the Spider-Man, and part of that is the personal attachment to the villain that he is fighting in some way. And like the Vulture, I think, was a great villain because that was his prom date and like it involved in his life,
And
so
so
it makes
was,
him mingle.
is his name Quentin Flynn?
Quentin Beck.
Quentin Beck was also in line with that because as many qualms as I might have with that second film, Quentin Beck kind of preyed on Peter's attachment to Spider-Man in an interesting way.
And preyed on his like his insecurity about being a hero and like his like starry-eyed look up to Iron Man and everything. So there's a personal element that Peter has to get over for this. In this movie, by bringing in only villains from other dimensions, I just like I've seen this movie twice. I literally saw it within 15 hours of each other, and each time I'm just like, there's nothing. The driving point that Peter is having to deal with, he's not dealing with.
Joe, I am so glad you exist in my universe because I feel like I live in a world where everyone watched this movie and they got hype at fucking Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield that they stopped paying attention to what's actually happening in the script. And while I got hyped over Tobey and Andrew,
I was very happy.
I never let go of what was happening in the script, and I'm just glad that like you're kind of seeing some of the things that I saw. Because I see nothing but undisputed love. I'm glad Cosmonaut Marcus had like pretty even take. But like, say the Reddit, when you go to Reddit and you go to check like a movie discussion thread, you'll see a lot of like mostly mixed opinions when you hit the mid. Everyone loves this film, and I like this film, but I got to this way early in the podcast. It's something that is so universally loved right now that I feel like we're not talking about some what I would consider pretty big flaws with the film, and I feel like you're getting into them right now.
Yeah, it's just,
and I hate to be the party pooper.
Yeah, and because like I think about it, and I think there's like in my brain there's the segment that leads up to Peter to Doctor Strange and he casts the spell, right? And then after that is a segment where everything invades and they kind of resolve their crises, and then you resolve finally Peter's inciting incident of the film, right? But it feels like this middle part is like very self-insert. It feels like almost artificial to put in there. Like there's a like it's hard for me to like. I don't know.
It's the fan service.
It's so fan servicey, and I am a part of that fan service fan service audience. But I like to think, and this is a thought experiment. Let's look at Endgame without having the prior knowledge, and let's look at a No Way Home without the prior knowledge.
I'm not going to compare this to Endgame.
Which one do you suppose is the better film? Because I think without prior knowledge,
Endgame.
I still think Endgame turns out as the tighter script.
Yeah. For me, I like No Way Home, but it kind of doesn't. It's like
we all like.
It's on the same level as Civil War.
Okay, I'm back. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Genuinely, I don't.
You were talking about how the movie is messy.
So I asked if is it a hot take that this movie is messy, and I got a lot of pushback immediately. And I checked the disc, like I saw people saying it's their favorite MCU film. I went on Reddit, everyone loves this film, and I was like, I also really like this film, but like the characterization and the plotting of this film is kind of shit. Like this whole let me get to the premise of this movie, which set me off, which kind of painted my view of the rest of the movie. Doctor Strange goes into this spell, and he's aware that he can change the parameters of the spell. However, he does not check with Peter Parker if he should make any exceptions to the spell. Is that not the dumbest premise that the Sorcerer Supreme, not currently, but in the past, would make this rookie mistake of not setting the premises of the spell ahead of time?
You know, I think my opinion of the movie is higher than Joe and Willer's, for example, but even back when the very first trailer for this dropped and we saw that premise of Doctor Strange doing the spell for Peter, I remember going like, would Doctor Strange do that? Like, would he do such a dangerous spell for?
And here's the thing: I've read that in certain plot lines, Doctor Strange is a little more like he's a bit of a Iron Man-esque character, where he's like his vices and his hubris get ahead of him, and he does these things sometimes. But let's think about the Marvel Cinematic Universe version of Doctor Strange, and I think that person would not be this reckless.
Mm-hmm. Especially like because the next biggest time we saw Doctor Strange was in like Infinity War and Endgame, and he was very much like, you have to do it this way. If you don't do it this way, we're not gonna win.
He was the fucking guy in Endgame.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I'm glad y'all pointed out the stuff y'all pointed out, because I was riding high after the movie, and I still am, and I still think my opinion of it is like a higher rating than you guys gave it. But I think you point out a very good stuff where, like, looking back, a lot of the middle parts of that movie, how necessary were some of the things that were happening, or was a lot of this just kind of for fan service? And a lot of it was, and you know what? The fan service is part of what makes this movie so spectacular, and
Absolutely.
we can't shy away from that. Like, I think it is so fucking cool that this movie exists in the same way that I think it's so cool.
I think we can save the positives, because I have a lot of positives to say for later. But let's keep on the negative train for now.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think you're right in that regard. And
here's another thing I want y'all to consider, because I feel like people got really high off of seeing Toby and Andrew. Was there an action sequence that you thought was to the MCU standard in this film?
There was one.
Okay, you're going to say the Doctor Strange sequence right now. No, okay, go on.
The one, I'll give you that. I felt like a lot of the fights, even including like the grand finale fight, just like didn't have as many like of those hype moments that I've come to expect. However, the one fight where I was like, "Damn, this is some good fucking action. This is
The
like
other
some
good one.
Shang-Chi action."
I got you.
Is when Peter was fighting Osborn in the hotel,
And he's pile driving him through 3 floors. That was hype.
Some of those moves were fucking badass. Like when Peter like uses webs to pull both of them into the air, flips around, webs the ground, pulls, and then like.
I've done that in the Spider-Man video game. It's great.
Yeah.
Here's a negative I want you to consider about that fight the second time you watch it.
Okay.
Look at all the camera cuts that happens throughout that fight. It is constantly cutting from Peter to Osborn, and it's because, let's be honest, the actor for Osborn can't be that physical these days, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't actually know his name, but he's a fantastic actor.
Willem
Oh my God, I don't. Willem Dafoe's in The Lighthouse, and I love him. What am I doing with my life? So they cut away from Willem Dafoe all the time in this film, and that hallway scene, as brutal as it was, I was a little taken aback by how uneven the cuts were. In average, the cuts throughout the movie are a little weird
Because
of COVID filming. Yes.
We are still in a COVID filming lifestyle. Every movie has significantly more cuts.
Here's something you need to consider. Is it not weird that the plot facilitated the villains being in different zones of each other, and they would just talk at each other through a prison cell?
That was funny.
Those were so clearly filmed in different times where it's like, it's just weird.
Yeah.
I thought that was well executed because we have a extremely other similar moment in the MCU in Civil War where they are all in prison cells talking to Iron Man through them in the same way.
I don't remember that, to be honest.
When they're getting arrested and they're on the prison out in the middle of the sea after Iron Man captures them for resisting arrest and not signing the treaty.
I feel like the tone of that conversation, as I recall it, was a little more even. I'll get to the villains in a second. Another thing about the action. So I talked about the Doctor Strange scene, right? That was pretty neat. It was worse than the scene in 2 where Mysterio goes all out with the illusions. And I don't think that's unfair to say. When Mysterio went all out with the illusions, the CGI team popped off. It was such a visually interesting scene. Meanwhile, we've seen this kind of stuff in the Doctor Strange film and even in Infinity War. So that's one thing.
Did he go to the mirror dimension in Infinity War? I don't remember that.
He did the 100 arms bullshit illusion shit in Infinity War.
Yeah.
He did, yes.
So other
Did you
things.
just call Doctor Strange Mysterio like 3 times?
No, I'm saying that Mysterio in the second film did the similar thing, but better.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I'm with you now. You just switched to Doctor Strange really quick. I was like, whoa!
Yeah, I'm saying like what a lot of people consider the most visually interesting scene of the movie was done better in the other ones. And I think the writing of this one is better than the second, but I think the action and visuals are better in that second one as well.
That's the thing. I like this a lot better than Far From Home.
Far From Home has this. Joe really likes Far From Home, but that is
really
just you.
Dude, I fell asleep.
Oh man, I was pumped the entire time.
Another thing, wasn't it annoying how bad the CGI in this movie, and this is why I asked Tyler about his relationship with his partner as far as CGI goes. I thought the CGI in this movie was pretty poor.
I can't.
Sandman, it was so annoying that the actor did not want to be in the movie where he's like, just fucking let me voice like most of my scenes. I'll show up for the end. And Dr. Connor was the same with the lizard. And wasn't it annoying when they drop a line where it's like the lizard wanted to hang out in the truck so we don't have to actually CGI him in a place that has lighting, because we only want to CGI stuff in dark places where it's easier. Like, let's be honest, the CGI was not up to MCU standards.
I really wish that the Sandman and the Lizard were not in this movie. I think the movie would have actually been better if they were.
You're right. They should have had Big Wheel instead.
Let's talk.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Go for it.
We were just talking about action, and especially with us talking about the Lizard and the Sandman. I gotta talk about the final fight, man, because against like all the villains at once, because I kind of hated that fight.
Yeah.
Because, like,
It's not cool.
It's just not that cool.
The takedowns were so lame. Like, two of the villains, all they had to do was like get within a certain radius of them and push a button on this device, and they were done. And I'm like, that was kind of easy.
Even the fanciest thing was Peter 2 throwing a thing to Peter 3, like while he was drowning. Like, that's not particularly cool.
Which is like trivial for a Spider-Man to do.
Yeah.
And then, like, there was a part where I can't remember which Spider-Man was fighting the Lizard, but someone called, like, they were trading blows and stuff, and then someone called for his help. So all he did was web blast him 2 or 3 times, and then the Lizard couldn't move for several minutes. And I'm like,
even though he's really strong. Yeah.
I'm like, why is he a threat?
And here's the thing. Here's another thing. Not being able to tell which Spider-Man was doing what is a bit of an issue. Visually speaking, I also couldn't tell, and they had to have like very obvious voice lines sometimes to be able to facilitate that. Okay.
And now, I'll forgive that fight a little bit because while it's the biggest fight in the movie, I'll concede that, like, it's the biggest fight in the movie, but it's not the narrative climax. Like, the climax is,
it's Peter and MJ. We'll get to the positives, which that is a hard part.
I was going to say the climax is Peter about to kill Osborn and
that
the other
too.
Peter stop him.
Yeah. I really like you were talking about like fights that had an impact. And it wasn't what was the first one you said that everybody liked?
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
I liked the very final moments with Peter and Osborn and him just beating the ever loving fuck out of him because it reminded me of Civil War.
Well, can we get back? I have other gripes. I'm definitely going to circle back to this because I also love that, okay? It's just that people are not talking about the weird things in the movie. Here's another thing that I was thinking about. And I've suddenly lost my... So some scenes are awkwardly long as well. Yeah. So the editing is like... Let's think about the scene where Andrew Garfield shows up and they keep cutting back to the jokes with like Ned's grandma.
Yeah.
And I get that we just got through like the most serious scene in the movie where Aunt May dies. It's just like that comedy was so off sometimes.
The joke is that
it went for a long time with them interrogating Andrew Garfield. I'm like, can we...
The scene has a lot of fat we can cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's removed from the action. And back to the action real quick. Sure, that's all fine and dandy. Maybe that's just the MCU standard, except it's not. Think about the scene where Peter takes out the drones in Far From Home. I thought that was a pretty impressive scene because it shows his spider sense and he's taking out those drones. He's like webbing them all together. And then think about the scene in Homecoming where he gets buried by the Vulture and he has to like pick himself back up and like lift the building. And the actual fight with the Vulture, like visually, and this is the same director. This director has been able to pull off more interesting action scenes than this movie. And that's kind of a bummer, considering
we know where the budget went.
The budget went to not the budget, but the casting.
Yes, that's where the budget went.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So another thing I want to bring up, we brought up the awkwardly long scenes and the editing. Here's a core conceit to the plot, aside from the Doctor Strange thing. So, Peter 2, Tobey Maguire, loses Uncle Ben to a random killer / Sandman, still pretty street level.
Yeah.
Peter 2 loses Uncle Ben to like kind of a conspiracy plot.
No,
Uncle Ben. Oh no, those are his parents that die in the plane.
Yes.
And then Uncle Ben dies in like a weirdly edited scene in Spider-Man 1. But you know what he does get? He gets the best scene in any Spider-Man movie, which is Gwen Stacy's death. And I'm gonna die on this hill. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a bad film with the best scene in all of the Spider-Man movies.
That is accurate.
That is accurate. And we're going to circle back around to that because it comes back around.
That scene. I sobbed in that movie.
Yeah, that was a great scene. Peter Parker loses Aunt May to a villain he just met from an alternate dimension. And I think this very accurately explains the problem with MCU Peter.
Yeah.
Like, it is so not street level where you lose your significant other to a Norman Osborn from another fucking dimension that you had no priors with.
Yeah.
And, like, isn't that weird?
And that's the thing, right? He never made any mistakes with Osborn. Every interaction he ever had was trying to help him, so it doesn't feel like a moral failing of Peter caused to this.
I guess I missed that because I've not rewatched like the other Spider-Man movies since like they came out, and I never even saw like all of the Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans. I just was like, if they were on TV, I saw them in passing.
In passing.
So to recap the scenes,
that being said, like right before that happened, they like Dr. Octopus talked about how Osborn killed his son. Or like how he died. He got stabbed to death with his own glider.
Yeah, that's
himself with his own glider.
Yeah, that doesn't really fit into this because like that's not Peter's problem.
That's not the point.
Say there was a Green Goblin in the MCU beforehand, which I think is Joe's point.
Isn't his problem. And Doctor Strange talks a lot about how none of their universal problems are their problems.
Which is a cool true neutral stance as a true neutral boy. So, but I do like how they it's kind of weird. I don't know.
Doesn't have any problems directly with any of them one-on-one. Yeah. His problem is with the decision and responsibility he takes himself to disobey what is logically correct.
But if you compare the other two Peter's deaths to Peter MCU's death, one's just way more magical, big scale than and I like my Spider-Man small scale. We talked about this earlier today in our Discord. I like my street level Spider-Man where Uncle Ben's death is almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things, as opposed to a interdimensional Norman Osborn just ganking Aunt May, you know?
That's the other thing too is like in the moment that Ben dies in both of those films, Peter Parker makes a very selfish decision, and that's what leads to Ben's death. Peter Parker chooses not to help. Ben dies.
Yeah.
In this one, Peter Parker chooses to help and May dies.
And that's interesting. I just think it has less of that personal value. That's what I'm getting to.
And it's also like it also doesn't reinforce the great power, great responsibility as much on like a personal level. Yeah. Because
I think it still stacks up really well. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. I think it still stacks up really well because all of these aunts and family members died in the first Spider-Man movie. I did not expect Aunt May to die after she's been in 3 movies, you know?
Aunt May's alive in all of the Tobey Maguire films and the Andrew Garfield films.
But we didn't have an Uncle Ben or a parents. All we had was Aunt May.
Instead, we had Iron Man, which is a whole nother problem. Okay?
We have to have a family member die, and nobody died.
Look, I'm with you. Peter going through it made this movie better. I'm just saying it wasn't.
I'm so happy May died.
I'm just pointing out the drop potential on the floor by making it more personal, like the other 2 Peter Parkers.
Fair.
Or once again, Peter choosing not to take responsibility for his actions causes May to die. Like that to me is the biggest thing. Is like Peter's trying to fix the situation and still ends up with her death.
Okay.
That's my gripe.
And my final gripe, as the grouch I'm being, because we're going to get all positive for the last 5 or 10 minutes, okay? My final gripe is the treatment of some of the returning villains, okay? I thought Sandman, Electro, and potentially Dr. Connor, but I don't know as much about him, and potentially the Green Goblin is not very good. However, Peter Molina, Dr. Octopus was so fucking good. But we'll get back to that. Electro is the weirdest point to me of this movie, where they just completely rewrote the character. And Jamie Foxx, like, I think he's a fairly good actor. If with a good script, he can do good. They just decided to completely drop everything he was in Amazing Spider-Man 2. And don't get me wrong, that's a shit movie, but you can't just completely abandon that, you know? Like, that doesn't feel like a canon anymore.
You know what he felt like? He felt like the same character he played in Baby Driver.
That's exactly what I thought. Oh my god, yes.
I was like, this is the same Jamie Foxx from Baby Driver.
This is just gangster Jamie Foxx when this is not who Electro was.
Is Baby Driver tied into the Andrew Garfield?
Yeah, Baby Driver has the spider sense because he's deaf or whatever the plot was.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, but Sandman was almost aggressively bad in this film.
It was so bad. Sandman, of all the villains, doesn't make sense.
I feel like the more you like Spider-Man movies, the more you're gonna hate some of the aspects of this movie, especially Sandman.
Sandman has always been bad.
No, Sandman was fairly sympathetic in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, he was. Still wasn't good.
Just because Spider-Man 3 has some bad writing doesn't mean Sandman was bad.
Here's my other problem with Sandman. Sandman lives at the end of Spider-Man 3 and actually ends on good terms with Peter Parker. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
So it's like there's almost no moral quandary because you're like, all right, let's go our separate ways. We're not going to deal with each other.
I just want to get back to my family, and I'm gonna fight Spider-Man, even though I'm okay with going back to my family. Shut the fuck up! That doesn't make sense. Why does no one talk about this? I haven't seen anyone talk about this, and I'm just really upset.
Dr. Connors wanted to be a lizard. He's probably upset he's not a lizard anymore. Like,
oh man, and like the thing. So like, okay. Osborn and Octavius were going through mental issues because of their illnesses, so we fixed that. Yeah. Max is a little in the gray zone. Dr. Connors and Sandman did not need to be cured necessarily. Like they weren't evil because of their illnesses. They were evil because of circumstances of their own choices. So like, Circuit brought up actually a good point where it's like, I don't know how to feel about like just curing mental illnesses. It works for some characters, but not others.
Yeah.
I feel like Goblin should have been maybe the one that like maybe didn't get cured.
I mean, their illnesses were caused by magic eels. You know, like don't think too much about it.
No, serums and a fucking machinery also did a lot of the work.
Yeah, and Doc Ock is the one that I think has the most personal like grudge against Peter Parker because
oh my god,
in Spider-Man 2,
Doc Ock, man.
Doc Ock is my favorite Spider-Man villain. I'm just never satisfied.
Since Spider-Man 2 and then the video games, like that's so clearly the best Spider-Man villain. It's not even close.
But like in Spider-Man 2, Doc Ock has a personal grudge against Spider-Man because he broke the machine, rightfully so, because it was going to explode and it fried his chip and it broke his brain.
Yeah.
That's 100% reasonable as to why he has a grudge against Spider-Man, and it makes sense for them to fix the chip, fix his brain. That all makes sense. But like Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, chose to take the Goblin Serum and go crazy.
Osborn's problem started before the serum. It was like I need to prove myself issue, and I need to live up to what the board expects of me. Like all these different like economical issues that led him to become the Green Goblin, and we're just gonna fix that with a serum. And
it's like there's a lot more going on in Norman's head before the goblins. The serum just amplified what he was feeling to a point where he felt like he needed to like deal with it outwardly.
Okay, so that's all my gripes. I'll let Joe gripe a little more, but after that, I want Bradley to start with positives because this is a good movie. I just bring this up because again, when something's so overwhelmingly positive, I'm like, guys, are we like looking at this with a critical eye, or are we just crying because Tobey Maguire showed up? And my
last gripe is that I really wish either. I don't think Sandman and Lizardman should have been in this movie because they were fucking useless and they were pointless. They were just fodder to be fought.
They should have been in this movie, but written better. I think the writing didn't do them justice.
I also really wish that there was a Tom Holland Peter Parker villain in this movie that makes him more connected to this group of villains,
or at least previously an MCU version of that villain, and you know that would have been so much more interesting if
you can bring back Vulture.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Oh man, Vulture was great. Vulture was great.
Yeah.
That was so personal.
And
that was
you know
his
what?
homecoming date.
We'll have 6 people then, and then you finish off Sinister Six. But whatever.
How does Vulture from another universe know this Peter Parker?
It's another universe. Who gives a shit? That literally doesn't matter.
I'm saying is that there's not a villain that's like Tom Holland's villain. It's Garfield villains and Tobey Maguire's villains.
Tom Holland hasn't been a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man until the 3rd movie ends. Like,
yeah, okay, that's first of all, thank you for pointing out a problem with every single one of these films. Second of all, he's had the Vulture and Mysterio, but they killed them both off. So
Mysterio is literally in another country and not in New York.
Mysterio's dead. Vulture's in prison.
Vulture, I can't. Okay, I forgot Vulture
Vulture's in
lived.
prison.
How come
And
Vulture wasn't in this fucking film? What the fuck?
Yeah, like.
Anyways, okay, Bradley, we need your positive optimism. You're so good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Before we get into Bradley's positive optimism,
Before we say anything good.
I have complaints.
What is your complaint?
My complaint is, you know how he casts a spell and he said it's going to erase everybody's memories?
Oh my god. The whole ending of the movie before the real ending does not make sense.
He didn't say it's going to erase everybody's fucking iPhones, every written physical note, every imprint on the internet of YouTube, Google, every digital print of media that, like...
Oh, I hate Doctor Strange in this film. It's so stupid. Here's another thing. Peter, all the universes are breaking and they're leaking through. Okay, if you erase my mind, they won't come through, right? How does that send everyone back? How did erasing everyone's mind send everyone back? That seems like 2 different spells. Whatever.
Yeah. So not
I can
only...
just smell us losing subscribers. Yes.
Not only does, like, he's not specify it will erase every memory of him, like he does say it'll be like you never existed, but he just says it alters their minds, you know, like it
Not
doesn't
their
say that
phones,
it's
not their
all that shit.
documents.
And what about everybody who's not on planet Earth, or B, not in this dimension, or galaxy?
Is Captain Marvel going to come back and be like, you want to fuck Peter Parker?
Yeah, what if she comes back and goes, hey there, Peter Parker, and Happy goes, you know him? Like,
okay, hold on. I actually need y'all to help me through this one.
Yeah.
When Peter meets Happy, he says they're mutual friends of Spider-Man, and Peter said, like, Happy knows who Spider-Man is. What's happening there?
Fuck you! Fuck you! Tobey Maguire's in this movie.
Wait, what is this?
So when Peter meets Happy at the end, and Happy's like, how do you know her? Peter says, I'm a friend through Spider-Man, and Happy says, same. Who the fuck does Happy think Spider-Man is?
He just doesn't know that part. I think
okay, but his intelligence network's not going to be like, wait, it was that kid. Like, what's happening in this film at the end?
Well,
It's magic.
Well, in his new memories, I assume it's probably just like Iron Man never actually introduced him to the...
So they're gonna find out who Spider-Man is with their insane technical network and find out it's Peter Parker, right?
It would literally take Happy 2 seconds with Iron Man tech to find out who... Because it took Iron Man literally like 1 second to figure out who Peter Parker was.
He off-screened it like a One Piece fight. Like he just found out. Anyways, can we please let Bradley get us back on ship?
No. We need to keep shit on the movie.
All right, and here's another thing. Okay, no, please, Bradley.
Another thing.
So this movie,
so hot.
This movie and MCU Spider-Man in general is not friendly neighborhood. However, I personally think this movie did a great job with the tagline of Spider-Man, which is with great power comes great responsibility.
True.
I think there was a very satisfying. There was more than one satisfying moment of I think MCU Peter Parker learning his lessons, like making that eye contact with Tobey, and finally making his decision of like, hey, you know, it's not about me. Do the spell again this time. I don't care. I I don't know. I thought it was very satisfying.
And I thought that was well set up with the scene where he
Yeah.
saves the Chancellor from the bridge, and he's like, "It's not about me. I want my other two friends to get a fair chance."
Exactly. I love it. And you know what? This is the scene that we hinted at it earlier. I left the movie theater knowing this was my favorite scene, and I've seen this sentiment echoed all around the internet. The scene where Andrew Garfield saves MJ. That was like where the most tears came out of me.
So I mentioned how I think that's like the scene where he fails to save her is my favorite scene in all of the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
This is my second favorite scene because it's such a beautiful follow-up to it. I feel like they could have milked it just a tad more, but you know what?
Yeah.
They nail the dialogue once they land on the ground.
When I saw that scene, the thought I had was, this isn't just MCU Spider-Man movie number 3. This is Amazing Spider-Man number 3.
It is the Andrew Garfield redemption arc, and let me jump on that wagon. Andrew Garfield's easily the best part of this movie for me. I thought he fucking killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a small scene where like all the villains show up on the island and he jumps out and he comes in the camera's like, "Max, I missed you, bud," and then he swings off. I'm like, that's Spider-Man.
Spider-Man! And then he's webbing the lizard. He's like, "I'll get right back to you." I was like, that's fucking Spider-Man!
Yeah. Like, that was the big thing I was missing from, like, Tom Holland. Is, like, I need him to be a bit of a jackass about things. Like, not completely,
And
but, like,
poor. I need you to be poor.
Like he was in Civil War.
Kind of, yeah.
No. In Civil War, he was just starstruck kid. Don't you fucking start with me.
Yeah.
No, he was such an ass to them. He was like, "Oh, you have claws? That's cool."
No, that's just starstruck kid who doesn't know how to banter yet.
But like a big part about Spider-Man is that he talks the entire time.
He's the one MCU character who should have MCU dialogue. Do you get what I mean? MCU dialogue is so saturated with jokes. That's Spider-Man's like bread and butter.
Instead, he's like a little boy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm such a cute little twink. Will you love me?"
Yeah.
So, okay. So, like, Andrew Garfield was so... And you know what's another great scene? Where Toby is reaffirming Andrew, both in character and in canon, that he was a worthy Spider-Man. Look, man, you're amazing. I don't care what anyone says. You did your thing.
Cool.
And the way I break it down, Andrew Garfield is the best Spider-Man with the worst movies.
Yes.
Tobey Maguire is the worst Spider-Man with the best movies. Yes. And then Tom Holland falls in between both of them as the middle Spider-Man with the middle written movies.
You know what?
What is your favorite scene from the Spider-Man?
The Gwen Stacy scene, MJ scene by far. I literally had to hold back tears, and I was like, I can't believe we just went through a goofy action sequence that looks kind of bad, and then just a whiplash of me like holding back tears to how sincere that scene was. That was sublime.
Oh yeah.
Bradley, same.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Joe.
Oh, for me, it was Tom Holland trying to fight Green Goblin in the hallway.
Very good.
I just really liked that scene. That was an actual like fight scene. It wasn't. No
CG. Not a lot of CGI bullshit. Just some weird camera cuts for that.
And the fight scene of them on the shield at Liberty Island. I thought was really
Tyler, what do you got?
My favorite scene was when Tobey Maguire is stretching his back.
Oh,
and then he's like, "Oh, you want me to get that for you?" And he's like, "Oh yeah," and he like gets him to pop his back because he's like, "Oh man, I'm like throwing out my back," and
he's like,
Andrew's
I got that.
I know, right? Like he's like, "I'm just like now getting that," and it's like
it was also so cool that since we didn't get Amazing 3. Andrew Garfield's like a darker Spider-Man who like his loss made him a bit grittier and Daredevil-esque. I really like that.
I love every conversation between the Spider-Man.
So
There's too few.
man.
Is it fair to say there's too few? Because
It's too few. They came into the movie late, and we don't always get them even when they're there.
I feel like there's like 2 scenes where they're really talking with each other.
I love it. He's like, you guys ever get a web block? It's like, oh yeah. I get web block.
And like Toby like referencing Spider-Man 2 with the web block so specifically. I love that.
Y'all, I fucking love when Toby throws it out of his arm naturally, and the other two are like,
Whoa!
He's like, y'all can't. He's like, whoa, where'd that come from? He's like, what? Y'all can't do that?
Oh my
He's
god,
like,
I love it.
Andrew Garfield's face is like a genuine face you would make
He's-
if someone did that
Andrew
in front of you.
Garfield's so fucking good in this movie. He's so
love him.
pathetic and lovable. Oh my god.
I think Tom Holland is too famous.
And I do love how he's like, guys, I don't mean to like alarm you. I'm an Avenger. They're like, cool. What's that?
Yeah. I agree with y'all. Y'all, this movie isn't bad. I say it's like very
It's
Civil
a
War.
good movie. And here's another thing. Tom is the best he's ever been in this film as well, because he shows a lot of range.
Yeah.
I felt a lot for him, especially in the end when he's smiling as MJ's forgotten him. I'm like, how can you fucking smile? You are such a pure cinnamon burn right now.
What
Yeah.
a great line, a great exchange of like, does it hurt him? Does it hurt? And she goes, not anymore. Like that goes on so many levels. Like I was just like, oh, God, that hurts.
No.
Also, there at the end, in the apartment, was like a callback to Spider-Man: The Original Trilogy when
So,
he gets done sewing
You
his
said
own.
it was the exact same apartment. I'm not sure
No.
about
I
that.
said it looked similar.
It definitely.
It
looks
is
similar.
not. I went back and checked. It is
yeah.
not the same apartment. It looks similar.
It's
and the
invoking those
sewing machine-
emotions.
Yeah.
I feel like they finally got Spider-Man 3 movies into the point where I wanted him to start. I don't like Spider-Man fighting Thanos. I don't like Spider-Man going to space. I like Spider-Man teaming up with Daredevil and beating up a fucking mob boss. Like, that's the shit.
Spider-Man.
Y'all, I think this was the last Spider-Man, though.
No, absolutely not. Tom Holland already has another trilogy in line.
I can't see him having another trilogy.
It's another trilogy.
Did they say that for?
That is something I read, and I'll double check after this. Here's the thing.
Oh.
I'm down for this because okay, here, look.
get better.
You're on to Marvel, right? Marvel will set up these things where in their next big end game, they're gonna pop these things off. One of them is Peter saying "I love you" to MJ. Like, it is so foreshadowed that it's almost painful, and I can't wait for it. I want it to finally get there, and we're gonna work through there in another 10 movies or so.
I
am excited about Spider-Man Work From Home, though. That is something I want to see.
I really want Peter Parker to be in the red and blue suit from now on.
And at the end of the movie, he had a shit suit, and I was like, let's fucking go.
That satin suit.
Yeah, I was like, that's fucking Spider-Man. Like, it's just like there was something really like nostalgic seeing that. And I'm just like, that's fucking compared to like all the nice sleek suits that he had, and like it really bugged me that in like potentially what was like his maybe send-off movie or big like get-together movie, he doesn't like show off the classic colors of Spider-Man. But I also kind of get that because you have two other Spider-Man that are in the same
He's
color.
a different Spider-Man, and he finally got to a place where I can really respect it.
Also, of all of the Spider-Man suits that they showed up at the end there, I still think the Raimi suit looks the best.
I really like the Raimi suit. I like, aside from the eyes, I really like the Andrew Garfield suit.
I just, yeah, like, and I'm just really upset about Dr. Octopus. That's really it.
What? Really? I thought he was great.
I want the big, stupid octopus fight on the building, which is in Spider-Man 2.
Oh, action-wise, dude,
Yeah.
the fact that Spider-Man 2 in 2002 had better action than this film
Yeah.
is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's just like, and that's why I liked Spider-Man, the 2006, 18, 19 Spider-Man game. Like,
It
that was
pretty hard in the action segments.
Yeah, it's all I've ever wanted in a Dr. Octopus fight. It's like, it's so good.
I want to play that game. Dude, Dr. Octopus is a character I respect so much because of his
he's the fucking
his relationship, his close relationship with Peter, and it's also why this is the only comic book I want to read right now is Superior Spider-Man. Like, that weird relationship they have is just so cool to me.
Yeah.
But anyways, did anyone feel like Toby was underused?
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, but fun. So the first time I saw this movie, I went to a lower tier theater near my house because I had to get tickets to the last second because I was babysitting my cousin, and she's like, he really wants to go see the new Spider-Man movie. He's like, all right, I'll take you. The audio didn't work properly in that theater, so I literally missed like half of Tobey Maguire's lines.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, and I was just like, this movie's not great. Toby isn't doing much and seems to be silent the whole time. And then I watched it again at Alamo Draft House. I was like, oh, this is so much better.
You should see everything at the Alamo Draft House.
I would if I could, but sometimes I have to sacrifice portions of myself.
Next time you watch an MCU movie, Joe, it could be with me, and then we'll both have fun.
At the Alamo Draft House.
Yes.
Wherever it may be. I'm not picky. Okay.
Yes, there are multiple Alamo Draft House locations in Dallas.
Then I can eat at my brother's restaurant. So you know what? Yes, at the Alamo Draft House.
At the Alamo Draft House.
Anyways,
Sponsor us, Alamo Draft House.
I hear I hear Peter Maguire was a bit of an asshole back in the days, and that was a bit upsetting to hear about. Yeah,
Peter
Tobey
Maguire.
was. Peter Maguire.
Apparently
a bit of a clerk. All right,
let's send this home.
We're sending this home. Top 5 MCUs. Let's start with Tyler.
Oh my god.
Wait, like top to bottom?
No, top 5 MCUs.
All right.
You can go.
Endgame is one of them.
Okay.
Let Tyler go last because his brain needs big things.
Joe, top 5 MCUs.
Top 5 MCU movies. Let's think about this. Infinity War, I'm gonna put as number 1, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, definitely Infinity War number 1. Number 2 is gotta be Iron Man 3's number 4.
Whoa.
Put that out there.
Weird.
I really liked Iron
That's
Man 3.
a good movie. Fair.
It is a good movie. I think Spider-Man Far From Home is 3. Spider-Man Homecoming is 5. And I can't think of 2. Right, and my 2 is Endgame.
Should we have started with Bradley? Because you're not doing very good. Okay, Endgame too. Bradley, go, please. Save us.
All right. Without really thinking about it that much, Endgame number 1, Infinity War number 2, number 3 is fucking Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Number 4, Iron Man 1. Number 5, fucking motherfucking Age of Ultron?
Yo, is Bradley based now?
I think Ultron is fucking cool.
Now, earlier today, you said this new Spider-Man was your top 5. What happened?
Man, y'all kind of y'all sway me a little.
Look, I don't want to go in and ruin people's fun, and sometimes that's who I am, and I'm really sorry about that. I just want people.
This spoiler though.
Yeah, you know how like Miles and Peter are gonna tag team Venom in the next Spider-Man game?
Yeah.
That was you and me. But the thing is, I just want people to give everything the same amount of like criticism and also leniency, because I think a lot of like not so great things get bashed too hard, and I just want people to find that middle ground a little bit. Okay, let me go through mine before Tyler has to do his. Tyler's disappeared from his screen, and that's a little terrifying. There he is. Okay, for me it goes Guardians 1 and 2, and then Endgame and Infinity War. I think Infinity War over Endgame and 2 over 1 for the Guardians.
Yeah.
And then I think it goes Civil War and Winter Soldier as 5 and 6. And then it goes, and I know, I'm just giving you a loose, and then after those 6 goes all of the Spider-Man movies in a block. And among them, I think the first one's the best and the third one's the second best.
Interesting.
So, like, after all the criticisms I just gave this movie, it's still, like, top 7 MCU films. So, like, get off my back a little bit, okay?
Top 5 movies ever.
No, absolutely not. It's
Quentin Tarantino 1, Quentin Tarantino 2.
I'm ready.
All right, Tyler, go ahead.
All right.
In no particular order.
fair.
Fair.
With a tie, we have Iron Man 1 and 2.
Oh my. Okay, I'm done. I'm leaving. The podcast is over.
Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
Oh, here we go again.
Infinity War. Civil War.
Wow.
And Shang-Chi.
I forgot about Shang-Chi. This is really good.
I talked about how that last third of Shang-Chi, there's better MCU films with better thirds.
I
at the
never
end.
brought it up. I forgot to bring it up. Why do you have a problem with Katie being able to shoot a bow and arrow, but not with Ned being able to fucking pull off everything Doctor Strange was about?
Hey Tyler.
In like a little bit.
I absolutely have a problem with Ned. Don't you get me wrong.
Saying Ned's magic now?
I just had bigger problems to worry about than fucking Ned, okay?
I think people forget what this sling ring is for.
Opening buttholes.
Yeah, that's what it's for. And once
Okay.
you lose that, you can't do that no more.
And literally in Doctor Strange, that was like an entire segment where he couldn't open buttholes.
Yeah.
And then Ned is like,
Tyler,
I wish.
Tyler, I'm down for Ned, but it also sucks, okay? I just want you to know
He's
that.
like, I wish. he simply wished and it happened.
Oh, he got the ring.
You know what was
Beautiful.
you know what was really good? MJ and Tom Holland's love, that was really sweet and cute. And
Yep.
and I think
Zendaya knocks it out.
Zendaya finally came into her own as like a MJ to match the original MJs and Gwen Stacy, you know?
No, we will see. So at the end of this movie,
Yes.
two things.
Okay, I didn't mention that. I was so mad. I was like, am I gonna have to watch fucking Venom? And then thankfully I don't have to watch Venom. Thank you, Jesus Christ.
I was hoping we would maybe have to.
So happy.
I like how the bartender at the end was not surprised about him fading out of existence because everybody got blipped, and he was like, fucking again.
No, that's bad because he should have been like, I need to call my mom and dad. That's a whole MCU problem where they won't let like serious things rock and they'll do humor instead, but I digress.
Also, this is the coolest thing, and Willer missed it.
I didn't see Shumagarath.
There is a trailer for Doctor Strange 2, and one of the main enemies is Shumagorath.
Dude.
The first 10 minutes and he's put into a box and you don't see him till the end and he's used to like fix whatever's at the end.
Okay,
He's gonna
but
combine with Nega Doctor
is
Strange.
correct.
it doesn't matter because Shumagarath has lasered Ryu and Chun-Li and Joe Valentine in fighting games, and that's all I care about.
Is Shumagorath what ties Ryu to MCU, or has he done happened before that? Is like all the other.
Spiderman would have done that before him.
Well, yeah, because of MVC. But like, I'm wondering, what does Shumagorath tie in? Anything else?
It's just MVC. Anyways, Bradley, finish us off. Kill us.
What?
Anything, please. Just end this.
We've been here for 4.5 hours.
I had Taco Bell and Doritos Locos Tacos. Better than you think?
All right, cool.
Thanks for joining us, y'all.